And we are going to begin the topic named The Future of the Work in the Creative Ecosystem, Ensuring Inclusivity, Sustainability and Resilience. And we will have a conversation with Ekaterina Cherkizadeh, Director, Center for Creative Economy Development of the Agency of the Strategic Initiatives, and Bahadur Rakhmatov, Director, Agency for Strategic Reforms of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and Jamshid Yusupov, Chief Inspector, Agency for Strategic Reforms under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Please welcome.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги, участники и гости. Рад приветствовать вас на нашей панельной сессии, посвященной теме будущей работы в креативной экосистеме «Инклюзивность, устойчивость и гибкость». Сегодняшние участники нашей дискуссии, представители Узбекистана и России, помогут нам лучше понять, какие шаги предпринимаются для того, чтобы будущее работы в креативной экосистеме было справедливым и устойчивым для всех. С вашего позволения я представлю наших спикеров. Это Бахадур Рахматов, заместитель советника президента Республики Узбекистан, директор агентства стратегических реформ при президенте Республики Узбекистан, и Екатерина Черкизадeh, директор Центра развития креативной экономики, агентства стратегических инициатив Российской Федерации, и в то же время руководитель Universal University, где в данное время 8000 студентов обучаются высшему образованию по 20 направлениям креативной экономики. С вашего позволения я задам первый вопрос для Бахадура Рахматова. Узбекистан принял закон о креативной экономике. Что сподвинуло к разработке закона и какие конкретные меры правительство предпринимает для поддержки креативных индустрий и как они повлияют на экономику?
Добрый день. Всем слышно, да? Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники панельной сессии. Спасибо большое, Джамшид, за вопрос. Прежде чем ответить на ваш вопрос, я бы хотел выразить слова теплой благодарности нашему коллеге Светлане Витальевне Чупшевой, генеральному директору Агентства стратегических инициатив Российской Федерации, с которой у нас установлены очень тесные, теплые отношения. Хочу проинформировать, что мы в начале года подписали с Агентством стратегических инициатив большую дорожную карту по нескольким направлениям. И одно из этих направлений было как раз развитие креативной индустрии. И вот и российский опыт нам тоже помог в разработке в подготовке наших предложений, в подготовке нашего закона, и опыт других стран. Ну, прежде чем мы приступили к разработке проекта закона, как вы знаете, такое поручение было от президента еще в декабре 2023 года, и мы задали себе несколько вопросов, чего мы хотим от принятия этого закона. То есть мы поставили несколько перед собой целей, на какие вопросы мы должны ответить. Первый, что нас очень волновало, беспокоило, как определить эти направления креативной экономики. Во-вторых, как правильно ответить на вопрос, что такое вообще креативная экономика, потому что мы много раз слышали про креативную экономику, но никак не могли на законодательном уровне это определить. В-третьих, конечно, система учета, то есть креативная экономика, она подразумевает систему учета, то есть эти все направления, сколько там лиц осуществляют в этой деятельности, какую пользу они приносят и себе, и обществу, и так далее, и так далее. То есть, поставив перед собой такие конкретные вопросы, мы начали уже думать о разработке такой правовой основы, чтобы это все закрепить. И вот в июне мы создали специальную рабочую группу, состоящая из более представителей, чем 20 специалистов из 10 министерств, ведомств. В том числе мы туда подключили представителей торгово-промышленной палаты и провели ряд встреч с представителями сферы индустрии, да, креативной экономики. И вот рабочая группа работала очень усердно, успешно. И После этого, значит, вот, если вы заметили, вчера вот, в день открытия форума тоже об этом было сказано, что в Узбекистане был специально принят закон о креативной экономике, и мы достигли этой цели. Сейчас закон уже вот, опубликован в печати, можете взять, ознакомиться, значит, он и на узбекском, и на русском языках имеется. Значит, закон, во-первых, для нас отвечает на наши поставленные вопросы. Первое, что такое креативная экономика? То есть мы сказали, что креативная экономика – это конкретная отрасль, связанная с творчеством. Определили, значит, сферы креативной индустрии. То есть это 15 направлений, они указаны, если не ошибаюсь, в 10 статье закона. Там 15 направлений, и все эти направления, они исходят из сегодняшних реалий, из сегодняшней деятельности, представители которой осуществляют деятельность сегодня в Узбекистане. Третье, вот мы поставили конкретную задачу перед органами статистики, чтобы они вели постоянный учет сфер креативных индустрий, субъектов, их доли в нашей экономике и так далее, и так далее. В конечном итоге мы поставили цель минимум довести долю креативной экономики в ВВП нашей страны до 5%. Это минимум, а возможно после пересмотра этих статистических данных эти показатели могут быть увеличены к 2030 году. Вот. Возвращаясь назад, разработка проекта закона, она осуществлялась очень, я бы сказал, очень умеренно, поскольку мы изучили опыт 11 стран, в том числе Российской Федерации, где тоже при поддержке агентства стратегических инициатив, при непосредственной, значит, поддержке, был принят специальный закон о креативной индустрии, да? В августе, если не ошибаюсь, этого года. То есть. Изучили опыт других стран, вот опыт Индонезии. Вчера мы тоже с коллегой, с господином Уно, министром туризма и креативных индустрий Индонезии, тоже об этом говорили. Изучили 2 специальные резолюции Организации Объединенных Наций. Да? Они были приняты в 2019 и 2023 годах. То есть эти резолюции, они призывают страны активно развивать креативную экономику, поощрять инвестиции, создавать инфраструктуру для сферы и так далее, и поддерживать их всячески. И путем предоставления особых стимулов, в том числе налоговых льгот. Вот. И по такому пути мы, значит, тоже пошли и, применяя самые лучшие практики, разработали проект закона, который уже принят. Спасибо за вопрос.
Вы упомянули про определение 15 индустрий, и, как мне известно, в законе еще указан парк креативных индустрий тоже. Можете, пожалуйста, перечислить направления, а также какие требования к резидентам парков и как они будут способствовать инклюзивному развитию регионов? Спасибо.
Спасибо за вопрос. Это, наверное, это вопрос, который волнует всех. Что вообще креативная экономика, какие направления она в себя включает? Если есть, у нас есть презентация, покажите, пожалуйста. Направление. Так вот, посередине вот указаны направления, я зачитаю их, чтобы всем было понятно. Это литература, архитектура, проектирование, урбанистика, аудиовизуальное искусство, дизайн, индустрия моды, исполнительское искусство, деятельность музеев, художественных галерей, выставок, информационно-библиотечная деятельность, творческая деятельность в издательстве и типографии, творческая деятельность в сфере средств массовой информации и творческая деятельность, осуществляемая путем передачи через всемирную сеть интернет. Организация концертно-зрелищной деятельности и культурно-массовых мероприятий, продюсерская деятельность, творческая деятельность в сфере цифровых технологий, то есть IT, творческая деятельность в сфере рекламы, деятельность по сохранению предметов искусства и объектов культурного наследия, изобразительное искусство, а также народно-прикладное искусство и ремесленничество. Хотел бы отметить, что все эти 15 направлений, они взяты за основу рекомендаций специализированного подразделения учреждения Организации Объединенных Наций, UNCTAD называется, UNCTAD. Значит, и в рекомендациях UNCTAD именно упомянуты эти направления. Поэтому эти направления взяты в первую очередь, исходят из международной практики, и второе, они именно те направления, которые сферы креативных индустрий активно развиваются в Узбекистане. Поэтому мы сделали такую интеграцию международных рекомендаций UNCTAD и нашей национальной практики и обозначили эти 15 направлений. Что касается второй части вопроса, это по парку креативных индустрий. Действительно, мы создали некую систему, экосистему, я бы сказал, осуществления деятельности субъектов креативных индустрий вот, в соответствующих направлениях. В первую очередь, это, конечно, парк креативных индустрий. Но парк креативных индустрий – это такое формирование, где вот, представители вот этих 15 направлений, о которых я сказал, они могут осуществлять там свою деятельность. Единственное, значит, там поставлены определенные условия. Одно из главных условий, это означает, что 80% прибыли, которую получает представитель той или иной сферы креативных индустрий, она, значит, должна исходить именно из сферы креативных индустрий, во-первых. И во-вторых, эти субъекты креативных индустрий, они должны иметь свой конкретный так называемый бизнес-план о развитии своей деятельности в течение года. Ну, прежде чем думать, какую систему создать, мы, опять-таки, исходили из сформировавшейся нашей национальной практики. Как вы знаете, у нас существуют IT-парки. IT-парки вот, в 2017 году там, доля экспорта IT-услуг очень была маленьким, низким. Сейчас она выросла в 20 раз. И одним из достижений этому является именно наличие IT-парков. И эти IT-парки, они очень активно помогают развитию IT-услуг наших и экспорту IT-услуг, вот, что тоже оказывает большое влияние, экономический эффект на долю, значит, на развитие ВВП нашей страны. И я тоже в этом не сомневаюсь, и я уверен, что в том, что парк креативных индустрий тоже станет таким же парком, как IT-парк, и представители креативных индустрий могут показать там свое творчество, истинное творчество, и тем самым и государство будет помогать всячески, чтобы вот эти парки креативных индустрий, они приносили пользу как самим субъектам, так и государству. И еще один важный принцип этих креативных парков – принцип экстерриториальности, что означает, что любое лицо, которое осуществляет деятельность, например, в разных наших уголках нашей страны огромной, значит, они могут тоже быть субъектами этого креативного парка и осуществлять свою деятельность на своей территории. То есть не обязательно будет приходить и регистрироваться в самом креативном парке, там осуществлять свою деятельность, сидеть, открывать здесь офисы. Достаточно будет просто стать резидентом нашего парка креативных индустрий и осуществлять свою деятельность, например, и в Сурхандаре, и в Каракалпакстане, и в Хорезме и так далее. Это тоже важный принцип, который мы заложили в основу нашего закона. Спасибо.
Спасибо вам большое. Я думаю, экстерриториальность будет способствовать инклюзивному развитию. Теперь я бы хотел задать вопросы для Екатерины Черкизады. Екатерина, в России также 2 месяцами ранее был принят закон о развитии креативных индустрий. Каковы основные моменты принятого закона и дальнейшие шаги по внедрению его?
Спасибо большое. Ну, я, наверное, сначала должна точно поздравить вас с принятием. Мне кажется, забавно и здорово получилось, что вы, собственно, сегодня можно поздравить вас с тем, что закон вступил в силу. У нас федеральный закон был принят 8 августа этого года, а вступит в силу в феврале 2025 года, и поэтому вы нас опередили в этом смысле. Что важно, наверное, сказать про принятие федерального закона в России. Он был синициирован достаточно давно, до этого в периметре Российской Федерации основополагающим документом являлся документ, который назывался «Концепция развития креативных творческих индустрий», и он действительно активно формулировался вокруг повестки, связанной с творчеством и культурой. Тем не менее, в самом документе было определено на тот момент, что мы должны вырасти с 2,3% ВВП в 2021 году, так было, до 6% к 2030 году. Когда у нас получилось в определенный момент... Так, сейчас, секунду. Так, мне сказали... Да, вот, спасибо. Да, дело в том, что действительно для нас в этом смысле было важно, что и после 2022 года с большим объемом санкций, которые в том числе были спроектированы в сторону России, эта концепция была существенно переработана, и в прошлом году мы сделали актуализацию этой концепции. Однако в параллель с этим, да, действительно была еще более актуализирована необходимость принятия федерального закона, и в данном случае федеральный закон о развитии креативных творческих индустрий в России носит немножко вот чуть-чуть другой характер. С одной стороны, он формулирует основные термины определения, что такое креативная экономика, что такое креативная компания, что такое креативный продукт. И здесь мы достаточно близки к определению, что такое IT-продукт, IT-компания, потому что, как известно, в России очень сильно IT, и это дает возможность дальше формулировать совместные проекты, потому что мы верим в то, что именно коллаборация между креативом и IT дает самый интересный масштабируемый эффект, и именно масштабируемый эффект больше всего интересен для инвестирования. С другой стороны, наверное, важно сказать про то, что ввиду того, что Россия – это огромная страна, то в России очень по-разному развиваются креативные индустрии в разных городах и в разных регионах. И совсем разные точки роста есть у этих регионов, поэтому на территории регионов отдана очень большая свобода в принятии решений. На каких именно индустриях фокусируется тот или иной регион, какие именно меры поддержки для этих индустрий сформулированы в регионе. Поэтому регионам отдана очень большая свобода, и действительно у нас сейчас так получается, что через полгода кажется, что компанию будет иногда выгодно регистрировать не в Москве, не в Петербурге, а в других городах, потому что в этих регионах будет сфокусирована инфраструктурная и экономические и другие стимулирующие меры, которые дают возможность развиваться именно этим компаниям. Поэтому у нас происходит такая децентрализация, потому что все-таки креативная индустрия на 50% это фриланс. И это дает возможность нам активно вовлекать фриланс, в том числе, то есть человек может жить где угодно и работать в прекрасной российской компании. И главное, создавать проекты и продукты, потому что не будем забывать, что чтобы прилететь по России, нужно 8,5 часов. И, в общем, в каждом часовом поясе есть свои особенности. Кроме этого, в регионах у нас создается интересный формат копродакшена, когда 2 или 3 региона вместе делают один креативный продукт. Поэтому, в общем, нам было очень важно поддержать регионы в рамках этого закона, и поэтому многие говорили, что закон носит скорее рамочный характер, но для нас было важно сформулировать вот такую свободу для регионов. Ну и, наверное, важно сказать, прошу прощения, сейчас. Так, здесь еще важно сказать про то, что федеральный закон – это ключевой инструмент, безусловно, который определяет основные термины и определения. Но кроме этого у нас развивается достаточно большой объем смежных проектов, которые делают этот закон рабочим. Потому что, федеральный, конечно, нам важно, чтобы все, что мы обсуждаем, имело очень понятные последствия именно для работы экономического сектора. Поэтому мы в нашем Центре развития креативной экономики вот буквально на днях у нас будет утверждена система расчета креативной экономики в системе ВВП, оценка доли вклада. Мы очень много сейчас работаем с Росстатом. Также, конечно, мы делаем всю классификацию системы акведов, какие именно акведы заходят в креативную экономику, и для того, чтобы ежегодно уже считать это и видеть динамику. Во-вторых, мы вместе с профессиональным сообществом находимся в разработке дорожных карт. У вас вот 15 отраслей, у нас 16 отраслей, и в рамках этих 16 отраслей будут сформулированы дорожные карты по отраслям до 30 года и протянут тренд до 36 года. В этом смысле мы видим огромный рост отдельных отраслей. Тут тоже нужно про это сказать. После ввода санкций российский фэшн вырос на 30% год к году. Мы фактически все уже оделись в российские бренды и искренне считаем, что выход более чем 80 иностранных брендов с российского рынка освободил нишу и дал возможность очень многим нашим брендам вырасти очень сильно. Раньше 30% нашего кинопроката составляли российское кино, 70% иностранное кино. Сейчас наоборот, то есть у нас нет в этом смысле никаких ограничений по прокату иностранного кино, но фокус сместился на российское кино, и благодаря большим платформам, ОК, Иви и другим, мы активно развиваем эти сферы. Поэтому, конечно, мы видим, что вот эти изменения существенные формулируют новый тип дорожных карт, и в данном случае сейчас заходят новые бренды, да, на рынок, часто это азиатские бренды заходят на рынок, но они уже находятся в другом типе конкуренции с российскими брендами. И нам очень важно сейчас поддержать российскую экономику в этом смысле. И, конечно, важно сказать про работу с сообществом, потому что можно сколько угодно нам всем, как уже чиновникам, говорить про развитие креативной экономики, но самое главное – это предприниматели, которые очень самостоятельны, которые сами определяют роль своей компании, ее цели, ее задачи, и в данном случае наша задача помогать. Поэтому, конечно, наш центр также очень активно работает с сообществом. Вот буквально после этой сессии у нас планируется клуб продюсеров, который это классный формат, когда продюсеры Средней Азии, России вместе будут думать о том, что они могут делать совместно. И я очень верю в копродакшн. Мы также взаимодействуем с большим количеством международных партнеров, и федеральный закон в этом смысле определяет в том числе и активные положения, которые связаны с защитой интеллектуальной собственности, потому что, выходя на международный рынок, очень важно в данном случае иметь защиту. Ну и инфраструктуру, конечно, которую вы тоже упомянули, только в данном случае мы не делаем отдельный парк, где будут зарегистрированы все компании. Ну, у нас, наверное, в такого рода проект – это технологический парк Сколково. Это, наверное, больше всего похоже, да, на то, что у нас есть в Сколково. Нет, у нас мы развиваем сеть креативных пространств по регионам, потому что под разные креативные индустрии нужна разная инфраструктура. Где-то это кинокластеры, это кинокомпании, да, киноинфраструктура, киностудии. Где-то это студии, которые больше похожи на IT, а где-то это новый тип инфраструктуры. Например, у нас очень активно развивается Екатеринбург в области фэшн, и у нас там активно развивается фэшн-инфраструктура. Она очень разная, и, в общем, здесь мы немножко распределились по отраслям в том числе. Хотя верим в копродакшн, как я уже сказала. Ну и про экспорт я уже тоже сказала. Здесь важно иметь отдельную стратегию экспорта, и вот мы сейчас в пути. Спасибо.
Очень приятно видеть, как закон сделан, то есть развитие идет по всем регионам, по отдельности, то есть учитывая их специфику, а также роль представителей индустрии. У меня теперь общий вопрос вам. Мы обсудили развитие креативной экономики в наших странах. Каковы планы по интеграции креативной экономики в международных рынках? Какие шаги предпринимаются для продвижения креативных продуктов за рубежом? Вот такой у меня вопрос.
Ну, здесь, наверное, важно сказать, что Россия в этом году председательствует в БРИКС. И, конечно, весь год мы активно общались с нашими коллегами БРИКС относительно нашего системного взаимодействия. С одной стороны, подписывается большое количество межстрановых соглашений, но у нас очень активные креативные индустрии сами. И мы видим, что в самых разных странах к креативу из России разнообразный интерес. Например, с Китаем мы сейчас активно взаимодействуем в области игр, игровой разработки. И у нас вот в последнем правительственном коммюнике было прямо подписано отдельное соглашение об этом. С другой стороны, мы активно видим, как развивается копродакшн в российском кино. И очень много совместных проектов с Китаем и Индией сейчас развивается. В Москве сейчас построен кинокластер. Прекрасная. Это самая большая киностудия в мире. И действительно сейчас большой интерес от наших коллег из стран БРИКС для того, чтобы съемки осуществлялись в России. Это и система ребейтов, но самое главное это, конечно, съемки. Да? И вот мы надеемся, что в этом смысле кинокластер очень активно поможет развитию копродакшена. Буквально недавно в Москве была неделя кино. И очень большое количество международных партнеров к нам приезжало для того, чтобы развивать совместно проекты. Но это не все, потому что российский фэшн выходит в глобальный контекст. И мы видим, что здесь тоже очень активно сами индустрии качают бренды. У нас есть много классных брендов, Walk of Shame, Ушатава, которые уже известны на международных рынках, уже модницы во всем мире эти проекты любят. Но с точки зрения развития государства нам важно сейчас приоритизировать отдельные индустрии на экспорт. В первую очередь, конечно, это индустрия контента, но мы верим в российскую креативную экономику не только как в отдельные отрасли, но и как сквозную отрасль, которая вообще упаковывает всю экономику. И это очень важная часть в новом типе экспорта, который делается в России. Вот. Мы же со своем центре в основном работаем для организации бизнес-миссий, работаем с Российским экспортным центром, с МИД, с коллегами из Московского экспортного центра, с Россотрудничеством, но и с отдельными компаниями, конечно. Поэтому, в общем, здесь мы также открыты для совместных программ и очень верим в международный клуб продюсеров, потому что самое главное – это встретить предпринимателей, и дальше они все сделают сами. Поэтому, в общем, наша задача – сделать как можно больше таких точек соприкосновения.
Как я уже сказал, мы определили 15 направлений креативной экономики, и за каждое это направление у нас есть отраслевые ведомства. Да? Есть Министерство культуры, есть Министерство цифровых технологий, есть Агентство кинематографии. Все эти отраслевые, перед всеми этими отраслевыми ведомствами мы поставили задачу, чтобы максимально сделать все возможное, доступное для реализации потенциала субъектов креативных экономик как в Узбекистане, так и за рубежом. И сейчас мы с помощью, то есть при поддержке правительства, совместно с нашими ведомствами делаем большую дорожную карту по практической реализации закона о креативной экономике. И одно из этих направлений будет, конечно, это поддержка этих новых проектов, новых возможностей сферы индустрии за рубежом. Конечно, можно много говорить на этот счет, но даже сейчас наши ремесленники, наши музыканты активно, значит, работают с международными партнерами, активно, значит, экспортируют ряд своих услуг. То есть задача наша помочь им для расширения их деятельности, чтобы вот эти все препятствия на их пути были устранены. Поэтому мы делаем сейчас развернутую большую дорожную карту, которая в ближайшее время будет принята. Ну, также хотел сказать, что мы не собираемся ограничиваться только, вот, разработали проект закона и все, мы будем делать все возможное, чтобы его постоянно совершенствовать, постоянно, но для этого, значит, мы будем обсуждать, разговаривать с представителями индустрии, слышать их проблемы и решать их. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо вам большое всем, спасибо за внимание.
Екатерина Черкеззады xonim, Bahodir Rahmatov, Jamshid Yusupov ajoyib suhbat uchun barchangizga minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Thank you for the conversation.
Спасибо большое.
Hurmatli mehmonlar, sizlarni navbatdagi panel muhokamasiga taklif qilamiz. Muhokama mavzusi kod ishlab chiqaruvchilar va shakllantiruvchilar, texnologiya va ijodkorlikni birlashtirib. Dear guests, we invite you to the next panel discussion and the topic is Code Makers and Shapers, Bridging Tech and Creativity. Please welcome speakers. Danyar Amanaliyev, co-founder and bandmaster Ololo Group. Akmal Salihov, Business Development Director, East Games, founder, Game Development Incubator, Game Dev Goethe, and the moderator, Jamila Khalabayeva, Global Marketing Director, IT Park, Uzbekistan.
Ассаламу алейкум. Добрый день, уважаемые участники. Сегодня наша тема называется Code Makers and Dream Shapers, Bridging Tech and Creativity. Как вы знаете, на сегодняшний день, в 21 веке, креатив и технологии непрерывно связаны. И сегодня с нами двое потрясающих экспертов. Представляет Данияра Аманалиева, кофаундера Ololo Chain креативных хабов и председателя парка креативных индустрий из Кыргызстана, а также Акмаля Салихова, директора по развитию East Games и фаундера Game Dev инкубатора в сотрудничестве с Goethe. Здравствуйте, уважаемые спикеры. В первую очередь позвольте занять, Данияр, вопрос вам. Как представителю из Кыргызстана, расскажите, как на сегодняшний день, например, парк креативных индустрий в Кыргызстане связывает технологии и креатив? Как в коллаборации рождаются проекты в данном парке?
Добрый день, Джамиля. Здравствуйте, друзья. Сейчас был рад слышать сессию предыдущую, где господин Рахматов рассказывал, что Узбекистан тоже будет создавать парк креативных индустрий. Кыргызстан сделал это первым в мире, и мы создали закон о парке креативных индустрий в 2022 году. Потом сделали поправки в налоговый кодекс, потом было принято 5 постановлений Кабинета министров. То есть я хочу вас предупредить, друзья, что это не быстрый путь, когда парк креативных индустрий заработает в Узбекистане. Но когда он заработает, он принесет очень много пользы. И так же, как в Узбекистане, мы поняли в какой-то момент, что то, что у вас называется IT-парк, а у нас парк высоких технологий, это прекрасно, работает очень хорошо, развивает IT-бизнес, но IT-бизнес рано или поздно начинает упираться в нехватку других специалистов. Например, вот Акмаль создает игры, и когда он создает игры, для него программирование – это очень маленькая часть всей работы. Основная часть работы – это работа художников, это работа саунд-дизайнеров, это работа композиторов, это работа, когда вы создаете игры, это могут быть и костюмеры, это сценаристы, это режиссеры. Это, по сути, одна компьютерная игра объединяет в себе все креативные индустрии. Если в стране развивать только программирование, то появляется очень много программистов, но они начинают создавать код для зарубежных компаний. То есть зарубежные создатели игр, например, или зарубежные создатели контента заказывают вам, и вы просто изготавливаете то, что вам заказано. Это хорошо, это оплачивается лучше, чем работа в текстиле, но это все равно просто работа. Настоящее богатство в этом мире зарабатывают те, кто создает свой продукт, а не просто делают работу для других. Так же, как когда мы отшиваем одежду, мы понимаем, что зарабатывает 90% прибыли бренд, а не тот, кто шьет руками. Точно так же в программном обеспечении основную прибыль зарабатывает тот, кто создает продукт, а не тот, кто программирует. И мы поняли в Кыргызстане, что нам, чтобы развивать страну очень быстро, нам нужно развивать все креативные индустрии, не только IT. Поэтому был создан парк креативных индустрий, он объединяет 72 вида деятельности, он уже работает, в нем уже зарегистрировано 23 компании, и эти компании, они получают очень-очень низкие налоги. Чтобы сократить, я скажу, что это самые низкие налоги в мире для креативных индустрий. И это огромное преимущество для работы в Кыргызстане.
Спасибо. Как вы знаете, в Узбекистане создан IT-парк, про который упоминал Данияр. И в IT-парке тоже есть креативные резиденты из представителей различных индустрий, где более 112 компаний сейчас работают по направлению. И самые лидирующие сектором области креативных индустрий, по крайней мере, области сопряжения с технологиями, это гейм-индустрия. И сегодня с нами Акмаляке, как ключевая фигура из гейм-индустрии. Можете рассказать, как на сегодняшний день столкнулись технологии и креатив в области гейминга, и как можно рассматривать гейм-артистов больше как креативных специалистов или больше как IT-специалистов?
Да, я вот всегда говорю, что гейм-девелопер — это непонятно, это рок-музыканты среди айтишников. Мы вроде как считаемся айтишниками, но, как Данияр сказал, даже у нас в S-Games сейчас, если посчитаем, там 90 сотрудников, художников и 3D художников больше, чем программистов. Вот прям то, что сказал Данияр сейчас, потому что когда слишком много программистов, получается крутые, но страшные с виду игры. И люди не играют в страшные игры, люди хотят играть в красивые игры. Да? Соответственно, есть очень часто кейсы, когда есть команды, в которых там, команда из 10 человек, из них только 2 программиста и 8 артистов, допустим. Зависит от жанра игры, да, то есть поэтому overall, я согласен, что если даже взять как бы индустрию, overall, конечно, программистов чуть больше. Я считаю, что если мы возьмем всю индустрию геймдева, то, наверное, будет там перекос немножко 65-70%, но это не как финтех, где 99% бэкэнд-девелоперов, там, не знаю, там, и других фронтенд-девелоперов, а даже в самой загруженной гейм-студии программистами, наверное, будет 30% это либо артисты, либо саунд-дизайнеры, как сказал Данияр. Да, ребята с маркетинга могут быть. И круто сейчас то, что Данияр сказал о том, что идет перекос в аутсорс. Я так и думаю, что если мы будем слишком много говорить только об IT и давать льготы только айтишникам, то вот эти юниты, такие студии, которые делают просто арт-студии, там 3D, 2D, там, они будут не так сильно развиваться, и, соответственно, завтра нанимать будет сложно. То есть, в принципе, сейчас такая проблема у нас есть. Мы вот 9 месяцев мучились нанимать 12 3D-артистов. Это тяжело, потому что на рынке, если взять именно игровую индустрию, проблема в том, что 3D-артистов, которые делают интерьер-дизайн, допустим, как вот этот зал, допустим, их много на рынке, потому что был спрос на них. А тех, кто делает игровые модели, так и game-ready модели, которые именно заточены под геймплей, под игры, их очень сложно найти, потому что рынка просто нет. Поэтому, скорее всего, зависит от жанра. Наверное, если это мобильные игры, скорее всего, идет перекос более-менее в сторону программистов, потому что мобильные игры обычно таскают готовые модельки очень часто. Но зависит, конечно, от объема мобильных игр. Но если мы говорим про, как мы говорим, AAA игры, да, вот то, что X-Games, допустим, занимается, это именно в основном высокого качества, там, реалистичные игры для ПК, в основном для компьютеров, то тогда артисты очень нужны. И зачастую артистов может быть почти столько же, сколько и программистов. Поэтому сказать, что мы айтишники можно сказать, что мы креативщики, наверное, поэтому вот креатив-тек, это, наверное, прям про геймдев. Это вот прям, наверное, самое правильное для нас. Получается, рок-группа, где есть 4 битлов, из них, возможно, 2 программиста и 1 художник, и там еще, 2 артиста, 2 прогера. Скорее всего, будет что-то такой минимальный состав будет такой.
Спасибо. Данияр также упоминали то, что сегодня для создания продукта необходимы специалисты, навыки самых различных индустрий. Можете поделиться опытом, какие есть интересные стартапы или продукты в Кыргызстане, которые находятся именно на стыке креатива и технологий?
Спасибо. Я думаю, вот здесь очень много молодых людей в зале вижу. Понимаю, что они, может быть, не совсем добровольно здесь находятся, но раз уж вы здесь есть, друзья, то я хотел бы, чтобы для вас было полезно. И я думаю, что вы все стоите перед выбором будущих профессий. И я уже слышал на этой конференции несколько раз от молодых людей вопрос, а насколько у меня есть перспективы в будущем, если я вижу, как сейчас ChatGPT умнее меня во всем, да? И уже сейчас. А мы понимаем, что в этом году там выйдет ChatGPT 5, мы понимаем, что другие модели очень сильно развиваются, и они уже начинают роботов делать, да, все эти компании. Tesla, например, готовит робота, у которого будет искусственный интеллект тоже. А что нам, людям, остается делать? И я над этим вопросом думаю уже лет 5. Я не думал, что искусственный интеллект будет развиваться так быстро, как сейчас происходит, но это значит, что нам уже гораздо критичнее находить ответы. И чтобы ответить на это, мне кажется, нужно понимать, а чем мы, люди, всегда будем отличаться от машин. Вот всегда. Вот неважно, что будет происходить, как бы машины не были умны, в чем мы будем от них отличаться. Ну, может быть, парадоксально прозвучит, но мне кажется, наше преимущество перед машинами в том, что мы умеем врать, к примеру. Мы можем придумывать вещи, которые не существовали. Мы можем нарушать правила, в отличие от машин, потому что машины обязаны следовать правилам, они не могут отклоняться от них. Мы можем смешивать вещи, которые кажутся просто невообразимо, ну, их невозможно смешать, но мы можем их смешивать. И мне кажется, это будет оставаться нашим большим преимуществом, что мы способны выпрыгивать за рамки. И поэтому, мне кажется, сейчас в университетах гораздо важнее развивать свои личные качества, чем накачивать себя знаниями. Потому что знания, в принципе, нужны только для того, чтобы мы расширяли способности своего мозга. Поэтому мы учим там высшую математику, хотя она не пригодится. Вообще синусы, косинусы в жизни не пригождались. Интегралы я уже совсем молчу, логарифмы тоже мне в жизни не пригодились. Но все эти вещи, когда мы их изучали, они расширили способность нашу к абстрактному мышлению. И все самое крутое, мне кажется, сейчас создается на стыке вещей. Вот, например, эта рубашка, которая на мне. Ее производит бренд CreativeEconomy в Бишкеке. И это смешение сразу 3 индустрий. Это туризм, потому что это горы Кыргызстана. И снял эту фотографию очень известный travel-блогер Медер Мурзаев в Кыргызстане. Он снял эту большую фотографию очень качественно, передал ее бренду CreativeEconomy. И CreativeEconomy выпустили эту рубашку. Мы в Бишкеке очень любим эти рубашки с нашими горами, потому что это, наверное, лучшее, что в Кыргызстане есть. И вот вам пример смешения блогинга, travel и fashion. Да? Другие примеры, например, сейчас с развитием ChatGPT появляется очень много стартапов, понятно, которые его используют. В Кыргызстане развивается стартап, который называется My Story. Они уже привлекли там 120 примерно тысяч долларов инвестиций, то есть их оценка уже намного больше $1 миллиона. Что они делают? У них есть сайт, на который вы можете зайти и рассказать о своем ребенке, и вам искусственный интеллект создаст комикс про вашего ребенка, который вы можете распечатать и подарить своему ребенку. И это комикс, в котором главный герой – это ваш ребенок. Или это ваш друг, да? Или это ваша будущая супруга, к примеру. И это вот такой сувенир, в котором они используют искусственный интеллект. Еще один классный пример. Есть компания Sapio в Кыргызстане. Эта компания производила металлические конструкции, чтобы строить разные шатры, такие купольные конструкции и так далее. Они поняли, что тот, кто производит сегодня физический продукт, зарабатывает очень мало, а больше всего зарабатывают и будут зарабатывать в будущем те, кто создают продукт, который невозможно потрогать. Например, то, что Акмаль производит, невозможно потрогать. Там нужно рубить какие-то шарики, кубики, но они все в виртуальной реальности находятся. Да? И самое дорогое в мире сегодня невозможно трогать. В этом проблема экономики Кыргызстана, экономики Узбекистана. Мы в наших странах очень любим все, что можно потрогать. Люди покупают дорогие машины, квартиры, но при этом они не готовы вкладывать в образование своих детей, потому что образование детей нельзя потрогать. Люди не любят тратиться на качественные путешествия. Люди экономят на этом, да? И потому что это тоже невозможно положить, как бы сохранить где-то там, потрогать что потом. Или перепродать. Самое дорогое в мире, как я сказал, нематериально. Картина классного художника стоит в 1 миллион раз больше, чем он потратил на создание этой картины. Мы знаем таких примеров очень много, да? Вот Sapio, что поняли, что нужно уходить от физического производства. Они очень классные инженеры, они начали создавать дизайны, мебели, которую можно у них купить. Но вы покупаете не мебель, вы покупаете дизайн. Вы заходите к ним на сайт, вы видите, что это очень классный стул, вы хотите его купить, И они вам говорят, в вашем городе вы находитесь в Южной Африке, в Узбекистане, в Москве, в Кейптауне. Вы можете найти станок чипированный, то есть это станок, который управляется мозгом, да, компьютером. И вы находите этот станок, вы вставляете туда лист фанеры, они из Бишкека отправляют свой файл на печать на этот станок, он у вас распечатывает эту мебель, вы берете эти детали и собираете себе мебель. Это как бы следующий уровень Икеи, по большому счету. У ребят была большая проблема, что если бы они продавали дизайн, то люди могли бы брать этот файл и печатать его 100 раз и перепродавать потом. Поэтому они не дают файл с дизайном вам. Они отправляют прямо на ваш станок напрямую. И на ваш 3D принтер, например, если нужно какие-то детали распечатать для этой мебели. И вот это пример того, как креативная экономика, технологии работают, и как можно, сидя в Бишкеке, продавать мебель в Лондоне, в Нью-Йорке, в Берлине и так далее, и так далее.
Спасибо. Акмаль Акет, с точки зрения геймдева, как вы думаете, на каком вообще уровне сейчас находятся геймдев-специалисты в Узбекистане и что нужно предпринять, чтобы увеличить количество, качество специалистов и чтобы в нашей стране появилось больше компаний, таких как, например, East Games и в целом гейм-студий?
Да, получается, пока что геймдев далеко от такого состояния, как сказать, развитости в стране, потому что, мне кажется, для страны, как Узбекистан, наверное, 200 игровых студий было бы нормально. У нас их, наверное, с десяток, и это точно такой недобор по индустрии. Хотя мы начали рано. Первая игровая студия, где я работал, она создалась в 2008 году еще. То есть, возможно, узбеки были первыми в Центральной Азии, которые запустили свои игровые продукты в Google Play, App Store. Но с тех пор как-то все это дело не сильно развилось. Мне кажется, один момент, что все-таки момент культурный, в том плане, что я думаю, что наши соседи, допустим, с Кыргызстана, они, мне кажется, более open-minded, чем наши. Мы более традиционные, мы более конформисты. И если я не вижу, что мой друг это делает, скорее всего, я это делать не буду. Потому что я считаю, что заведение в Бишкеке гораздо креативнее, чем в Ташкенте. Сори, Ташкент. Вот. Мне кажется, этот конформизм, он просто встроен в наше дело. И получается, если мой друг не делает игры, если друг моего друга не делает игры, его друг тоже не делает игры, зачем я буду делать игры? Типа, как бы это очень сложная цепочка мышления для среднестатистического нормального узбека, да? Вот, поэтому когда нет такой... И ролевая модель в нашем обществе, она должна быть такая, и до нее нужно дотянуться, чтобы она была там через дорогу жила, а не где-то в интернете. Поэтому... Так как критическая масса, давайте возьмем там на 40 миллионов населения Узбекистана, сколько людей занято в геймдеве? 500 человек, из них половина в Games, допустим. То есть получается, как бы, на 40 миллионов 500 человек, наверное, маловатая выборка, чтобы захотеть этим заниматься. Поэтому, наверное, главный момент, что просто настолько мало людей занято в геймдеве, что просто трудно с ними пересечься на улице, да? Это, наверное, такой самый момент такой первичной проблемы. Я не знаю, как ее решать. Chicken and egg problem такой. Я стараюсь ее решать через вот эти наши ежегодные сходники комьюнити, в котором люди думают, что на самом деле геймдев есть, люди этим занимаются, они существуют. Вот. Поэтому это, наверное, один, как бы, чтобы люди просто не видят рядом никого, кто этим занимается. А с другой стороны, есть все равно такой традиционный момент, о том, что, наверное, мама не понимает разницу между делает игры, играет игры, типа, по-моему, одно и то же, нет, типа, то есть поэтому это не кажется какой-то серьезной работой индустрии, вот. И круто, что East Games эту тему нарушил, да, это такой тренд, и в итоге East Games, будучи главным IT-экспортером, то есть экспортируя через игры больше денег, чем остальные айтишники, как бы меняет хотя бы этот момент, потому что цифры меняются, то есть отношение к индустрии меняется. И, наверное, цифры — единственный способ доказывать, что мы реальная индустрия, которую надо начать замечать. Третья, такая, наверное, большая проблема, это нет узбекского хита. То есть в чем, наверное, самая большая... То есть первые две лезут от того, что... То есть как бы то, что мало людей вообще в этой индустрии. Второе, что люди не считают это серьезной профессией. В том, что никто не слышал кейса, когда там 3 узбеков сделали какую-то игру про бухарского эмира, и она заработала там $1 миллион, к примеру. То есть, получается, при этом ребята зарабатывают миллионы долларов. Я знаю эти студии в Узбекистане, но они зарабатывают там детские приложения, АБВГДейки. То есть как бы не вау-эффект, ради которым можно похвастаться, да, как бы, то есть нет такого, не было такого большого инфоповода, когда ребята местные сделали что-то громкое, пускай даже в плане бюджетов провальное. То есть есть очень много игровых игр, которые стали культовыми, хотя с точки зрения бизнеса они были провальны. Но люди о них говорили, обсуждали, что вау, такая-то игра, и они сделаны там. То есть получается, был кейс с Амир Тимуром, пытались что-то делать, то есть до релиза не дошло. То есть как бы отсутствие некой имиджевой игры, ассоциирующейся с Узбекистаном, и, скорее всего, связано с тематикой Узбекистана, потому что, скорее всего, по-другому трудно вылезти из этого. То есть сейчас узбекские студии конкурируют против американцев, делая вестерн, типа, гайс, вряд ли у вас это получится, как бы американцы точно лучше понимают, как делать вестерны, снимать вестерны. Вот недавно кейс с Вуконгом, я думаю, это вот такой светлый такой лучик, то есть китайская студия, 50 человек, вообще не пытались копировать никакие там индустрийные тренды, они сделали игру по китайской мифологии, она взорвала все продажи сейчас как бы в истории, там, в первый день, по-моему, там, или в первую неделю 10 миллионов копий было продано игры на Steam, то есть при том, что все на китайском, мифология китайская, карта китайская, как бы можно поспорить, что сами китайцы могут сделать всю эту кассу, это как бы обсуждаемо, вот, но после этого тренда пошел тренд западный, то есть как бы американцы начали ее покупать, европейцы начали покупать, то есть этот тренд прошел дальше, то есть это не было такой местечковой истории, поэтому как только мы сможем, наверное, вот какой-то такой имиджевый проект сделать, который будет не сделан для того, чтобы освоить грант, а чтобы он был реально крутой, чтобы в это люди готовы были играть. Вот тогда, наверное, пойдет вот эта вся остальная цепочка, начнет выкладываться, и людей станет больше. В целом, я думаю, индустрия уже в каком-то таком набирает такой моментум, да, она движется в сторону каких-то продуктов. Пока что не так громко, как надо бы. Вот. Но, наверное, так как все остальные, как Даниэль сказал, IT-темы перегретые уже, допустим, там все ушли в аутсорс. То есть, мне кажется, вот рынок геймдева еще не такой перегретый, и работа будет, еще шанс есть найти. Вот. Ну, в общем, не хватает промоушена. И еще одна проблема, которую надо... Вот, я каждый день ищу партнеров, если вам это интересно, помашите ручкой, подойдите ко мне. Очень нужен ресерч. Вот недавно ваши коллеги с этих парка связывались с ребятами с Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine — это самый топовый такой движок игровой, там 2 движка, Unity, Unreal Engine. Да, и они говорят, как бы ребята с этих парка говорят, гайс, помогите нам, там методологии обучения геймдева. Первый вопрос, знаете какой? А можете дать нам репорт по индустрии? Типа, why should we care about? Like, как бы они не понимают, вот, чтобы я выделил время, я сижу в Америке, у меня есть сотрудник, и почему он должен отвечать на запрос узбеков по поводу там развития геймдева или там даже помощи. То есть нет никаких, если бы мы бы имели там, не знаю, отчет игровой индустрии, сколько студий, сколько геймеров, то есть чтобы они понимали вообще, насколько рынок есть. Вот. Я думаю, репорта нет ни в Кыргызстане, ни в Казахстане, нигде в Центральной Азии, но сам факт отсутствия какого-то репорта или хотя бы там презентации на 15 страниц с текущим состоянием индустрии создает много имиджевых проблем. То есть вот любое общение с любым партнером международным, он начинается с того, что у вас есть вообще индустрия? И вот пока что никто серьезного исследования не делал, поэтому кто хочет сделать исследование вместе со мной, подходите, пообщаемся.
Можно я дополню здесь, что... Да. Аплодисменты, кажется, начались, да? Классно. Мы, вот размышляя в Кыргызстане, как развивать креативную экономику, пришли к выводу, что есть 2 индустрии, которые, если развивать, они тянут за собой все остальные индустрии. Это либо геймдев, либо кино. производства кино. Потому что когда вы производите фильм, тоже там есть сценаристы, режиссеры, актеры, монтажеры, операторы, костюмеры, композиторы и так далее, и так далее, и так далее. То есть вот есть две индустрии, они очень сильно отличаются от остальных. Потому что фэшн — это фэшн. Он цепляет иногда другие индустрии, но обычно одну-две, да, вот, например, как эта рубашка. Но гейм-индустрия, она цепляет очень много индустрий. Это вот очень-очень две важные стратегические индустрии, которые, если мы в своих странах будем развивать, все будет очень круто. И многие венчурные инвесторы, с которыми я разговариваю, американские, они говорят: хотите, чтобы в стране появилось много стартапов, развивайте гейм-индустрию, потому что в Штатах есть исследования, которые показывают, что самые крутые единороги, они все выросли из людей, которые поработали какое-то время на производстве игр. Потому что именно производство игр, оно учит особым навыкам, особой креативности, каст-деву, поиску, созданию флоу, да, и вот особой дисциплине. Потому что если вы обещали, что у вас релиз игры 1 ноября, то последние 2 недели никто не спит. И все умеют напрячься и сделать. Потому что в играх даты имеют огромное значение. Потому что есть выставки, они проходят в определенные даты. Если вы там не попадаете, у вас плохие продажи. Все. Поэтому геймдев очень важно. И вот здесь много молодых людей. Я вам всем очень рекомендую поэтому попробовать поработать в геймдеве. Проблема в наших странах в том, что все играют, абсолютно все играют в компьютерные игры. Даже те, которые думают, что они не играют, а они там занимаются английским языком в Duolingo, на самом деле это тоже игра. Да? Duolingo — это просто игра, но обучающая игра. И мы все играем в игры, но мы не верим, что мы можем производить эти игры. Чем хороши креативные индустрии, как мне кажется, в том, что вы можете развивать индустрию только если вы верите в потенциал своей собственной страны. Если вы пытаетесь копировать кого-то другого, как сказал Акмаль, никаких перспектив. Вы не можете сделать вестерн лучше, чем техасская какая-нибудь студия, да, где это и есть их ДНК. Но мы можем создавать игры про Манаса, про Амир Тимура и так далее, и так далее, и так далее. Это наша сильная сторона. Поэтому просто давайте верить в себя больше, давайте пытаться искать свои корни, давайте из этих корней создавать новый продукт.
Спасибо. Даниэль, можешь еще рассказать, как обстоят дела, например, с кадрами в Кыргызстане? Сложно ли, как в Узбекистане, найти хороших специалистов, например, в области геймдева?
Вообще это так интересно звучит от страны, в которой население в 6 раз больше, чем в Кыргызстане. В 6 раз. Как бы не в 2, хочу вам подчеркнуть. В Кыргызстане население 7 миллионов человек. И у нас проблемы с кадрами всегда есть. И я думаю, что если вы пойдете в какую-нибудь студию в Лондоне и спросите, есть ли у вас проблемы с кадрами, они будут говорить, это самая большая наша проблема. И я думаю, что в итоге побеждают не те, кто лучше всех умеет жаловаться, что им кадров не хватает. В итоге, мне кажется, прорывы в креативных индустриях делают те, кто умеет работать с теми людьми, которые у них есть. Я уверен, что Акмаль именно это и делает. Потому что если там 250 человек работает в компании, то явно это не 250 человек, которые выросли у конкурентов, вы их там переманили. Если вы лидеры, то вы, к сожалению, всех людей обучаете для всего рынка сами. И я уверен, что остальные все студии, они произросли из вашей, да, тоже. Как у нас тоже всегда происходит. Проблемы с кадрами всегда есть. Но самая большая проблема в креативных индустриях, еще раз, это вера в себя, в то, что ты можешь создать свое. Потому что креативные индустрии, они строятся на уникальности. Вы создаете уникальность, и благодаря этой уникальности вы можете что-то продавать. Вы не можете создать уникальность, когда вы кого-то копируете. У вас получится уродливая копия. Вы точно не сделаете лучше, скорее всего, вы сделаете намного хуже. А чтобы сделать уникально, нужно копаться в уникальном себе. И вот мне кажется, мы очень, конечно, но мы очень закомплексованные народы, в которых есть уверенность в том, что все вокруг нас, вот они знают ответы на вопросы, они лучше всех и так далее. На самом деле, я вот состою в глобальном совете по креативной экономике, он объединяет 13 экспертов с 13 стран, считайте, да, там нет экспертов, 2 экспертов с одной страны. Там есть Великобритания, США, Бразилия, Швейцария, Чехия, Индия, Южная Африка, Ямайка, Кыргызстан, я там и так далее, да. И мои коллеги, чем более они опытные, а там есть люди, там есть Джон Ньюбегин, который придумал термин «креативная экономика», Эдна Дос Сантос, которая сделала креативную экономику популярной по всему миру, потому что 30 лет в ООН работала над этой темой. Эти коллеги, они мне говорят, когда я их спрашиваю, что такое креативная экономика, они говорят, Вот теперь я понятия не имею, что это. И они открывают тебе дорогу для того, чтобы ты искал свои определения, искал свои пути. И все мои коллеги, которые занимаются развитием креативной экономики, они не приходят в страны для того, чтобы сказать, вы должны делать то-то, 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 то-то. Они говорят, мы в своей стране сделали то-то, 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 это сработало, это нет. Но это не значит, что если у нас не сработало, у вас не сработает. Или если у нас сработало, у вас тоже сработает. Все страны ищут свои собственные пути. Нам нужно быть смелее, и поэтому здорово, что Узбекистан делает парк креативных индустрий.
Да, добавлю по поводу кадров, то, что действительно не будет такой, наверное, компании, которая не будет жаловаться, что их не хватает. На самом деле не то, чтобы кадров именно не хватает как массы, просто кадров нужны для этой компании с ее процессами, да, будет всегда не хватать. И согласен с Даниаром о том, что главное решение – это понять, что на рынке есть. Если у нас не растут апельсины, ну, значит, надо экспортировать яблоки. Да? То есть, получается, надо адаптироваться к тому рынку, получается, в целом. Из хорошего в Узбекистане какой плюс, то, что именно айтишка в целом была довольно популярной историей в силу протекционизма нашей экономики, поэтому это был способ как-то зарабатывать, экспортировать, получать доллары еще много-много лет назад, поэтому на рынке айтишники есть. И вот недавно мы проводили как раз с вами, с коллегами, кстати, парк Game Dev Day на прошлой, по-моему, 2 недели назад здесь же он проходил. И среди участников очень многие сказали, я бэкэнд Python разработчик, я там кибербезопасник, хочу в геймдев. Все, кто пришел туда, они обычно работают в IT, но хотят в геймдев. Поэтому в целом главный плюс в том, что желание работать в этой индустрии есть. То есть она кажется интересной, она, может быть, кажется людям неразвитой, но это самый позитивный аспект, что молодежи хочется в этой теме крутиться, работать. Даже при том, что они уже имеют какую-то экспертизу или даже уже опыт карьерный в других сферах. Вот айтишники прям, по-моему, ближайшие, кто хочет геймдев, художники, артисты, вот я так сильно глубоко не изучал, но думаю, плюс-минус те, кто в индустрии архивиза, тоже интересуются перейти в геймдев. Поэтому какое-то некое желание у населения и молодежи нашего есть. Другое дело, вот не хватает этого массового промоушена этой истории.
Сегодня у нас много молодых ребят. Вопрос к обоим спикерам. А как вообще попасть в индустрию, например, креатива, технологий? С чего нужно начинать? Например, если взять под пример геймдев, как человеку, специалисту обучиться, как вообще прийти в эту сферу? Потому что у многих молодых ребят проблема именно в этом, то, что они не понимают, как вообще входить-то.
Да, я, наверное, расскажу про геймдев, а Даниар про общий креатив в целом. Если говорить про геймдев, в целом сейчас гораздо проще, потому что, допустим, 20 лет назад самые топовые игры, они делались на закрытых игровых движках. Там у Half-Life был свой движок, у StarCraft свой движок. Соответственно, это было закрыто 7 печатями, и люди просто, там, новички, допустим, должны были пройти довольно такой жесткий фильтр. Как, знаешь, во времена Голливуда, когда там лет 50 назад, когда надо было снимать, нужно было пройти там 7 этапов фильтров. Сегодня даже самые топовые игры, вот даже сейчас кейс про Wukong сказал, вообще даже большие, допустим, PUBG, одна из самых продаваемых игр в мире, номер 1 игра, продающаяся в Узбекистане, даже PUBG, имея свой движок, пересели, допустим, на Unreal Engine. То есть, получается, инструменты, которые используют большие ребята, могут использовать любой студент, любой школьник. То же самое, что, допустим, кинокамеры, которые 20 лет назад мы на них молились, они стоили там $200 000, всякие Panavision. Сейчас у любого человека есть iPhone, да, или там даже Сонька там за $1000, на который снимает профи, потому что процесс плюс-минус одинаковый. То есть пайплайн настолько стандартизировался, что консюмер и просюмер может быть креатором, по сути, потому что все уже плюс-минус. То же самое в играх. То есть демократизация игрового процесса произошла лет 7 назад, то есть Unity, Unreal Engine, который доступен каждому желающему, есть, поэтому технически попасть легко, на практике конечно, нужен продукт, это может быть прототип игры, это может быть в идеале, конечно, выпущенная хотя бы в Google Play игра, которую скачали 2,5 ваших друзей, тоже нормально. То есть обычно путь идет через портфолио. Если мы говорим про наши, нами вот недавно 3D-шников, то же самое. Ребята делают что-то для души, для себя, выкладывают это на ArtStation или другие площадки, и обычно любой диалог начинается с портфолио, само собой. Но портфолио может иметь только тот, кто этим делом увлекается, интересуется. Так что стартовый диалог всегда будет портфолио, наверное, за исключением там супер там стажерских каких-то позиций, если хотя бы джуниор позиция, портфолио основной момент. Второе, это, конечно, какой-то скорее всего, студия, и я думаю, и другие индустрии дадут какое-то тестовое задание. Обычно оно все равно, потому что, может быть, он эту лодочку моделировал 2,5 года, да, перед тем, как выложить на ArtStation. Нам же нужно понимать, что он может сделать там за адекватные, там, не знаю, 2-3 дня, там, за неделю, поэтому есть что-то вроде тестовых заданий. Опять-таки, это касается именно арт-специалистов и джуниор-специалистов. Есть в игровой индустрии самое, если вот прям вот ничего не хочешь сделать, не хочу рисовать, писать, программировать, вот просто хочу в геймдев, обычно там есть два направления, которые всегда, откуда все приходят в геймдев, если вот другого ничего не хотят делать, это QA, тестировщики. Если ты геймер, получается, и готов играть за деньги, то можешь прийти в тестировщики. Классная стартовая позиция, если нет никакого опыта ни в чем, кроме как играть. Customer support тоже, в принципе, такая тема, где какого-то предыдущего бэкграунда особо не требуется, поэтому можно вот прийти вот эти два направления вообще без опыта. А с минимумом опыта и портфолио можно идти во все остальные, программирование, и в арт, в звук. Там, конечно, немножко потребуется. Геймдизайнеры – самая сложная история. Самая сложная история, по-моему, в Центральной Азии точно, потому что если программисты и художники были то есть как бы программист и художник геймдев – это не что-то с нуля. Этот человек раньше был, он, может быть, программировал для банков, а художник рисовал для вот таких ивентов, логотипы. То есть его можно сконвертировать в геймдев-индустрию, его можно просто адаптировать. А вот геймдизайнер – это такой человек, который никогда не был рынку вообще нужен, то есть как бы не было такого, чтобы выставки просили геймдизайнера или не знаю, строительный бизнес просил геймдизайнера, поэтому геймдизайнер – это, наверное, единственная профессия, которую придется создавать с нуля, и каждый раз у всех студий путь разный. Вот наши ребята больше за логику, они хотят, чтобы было сильное логическое мышление, там все остальное. А другие студии, допустим, которые будут делать более артовую игру, скажем, да, максимум арта, минимум там, кода и геймплея, они будут искать ребят из киноиндустрии, которые до этого делали сценарии для фильмов. То есть, игры, можно сказать, что есть игры, которые story-driven, да, допустим, где много историй, да, и есть игры, которые там tech-driven, там data-driven, то есть, соответственно, зависит от этой игры. То есть, вот у нас геймдизы более требуется логическое мышление, там, математика, все остальное. И вот этих ребят, как пока нанимать и как их адаптировать, у нас идей особых нет, уже по факту. Все остальные направления более-менее путь понятный и доступен всем желающим.
Мне очень нравится формула, которую Джек Ма озвучивает везде, когда его спрашивают, как молодым людям строить карьеру. Он предлагает такую формулу: с 20 до 30 лет очень важно обрести культуру работы, и очень важно иметь хорошего ментора. Поэтому, если мы говорим про молодых людей, которые только планируют свою первую работу, то я бы порекомендовал вам сначала понять, кто на рынке есть, какие компании вам были бы интересны для работы. И для этого очень полезны такие конференции, как эта, потому что, например, конечно, из Узбекистана самые топовые все компании здесь выступают в качестве спикеров. И есть возможность послушать, есть возможность присмотреться, вот увидеть Акмаля, подумать, мне нужен такой ментор, который матерится часто, там, явно работает по ночам, но требовательный, наверное, очень, но при этом видно, что очень добрый человек, который любит то, что он делает. Или мне нужен какой-то другой ментор, да? И я бы вот порекомендовал вам сначала выбрать, для себя там топ-5 компаний, в которых вы были бы готовы работать. Есть куча YouTube всяких интервью, есть личные страницы, инстаграмы и так далее. Просто подписывайтесь на всех подряд и отшлифовывайте, потихоньку фильтруйте и выбирайте себе компании, которые вам по-настоящему интересны. При этом понимайте, что в соцстраницах никто не выкладывает всю свою жизнь. Все выкладывают только лучшую часть своей жизни, не ту часть, где они там с сигаретой, с трясущимися руками ночью боятся, что инвестор им откажет или что-то такое. А когда уже там инвестиции дали, да, к примеру. Жизнь намного сложнее. И когда вы выбрали эти 5-6 компаний, попробуйте попасть в любую из них на любую позицию. Просто вот на любую. Потому что, да, Акмаль сейчас рассказал вот этот путь, но есть очень много вероятностей, почему вас могут не взять. Техническое интервью может пойти не так. И второй раз вам дадут шанс не скоро, потому что вам скажут, мы тебя уже интервьюировали, мы не взяли, зачем ты опять к нам подаешь, да? Если, я знаю примеры людей, которые мечтали работать в кино, и они просто шли и уговаривали режиссера взять их в качестве мальчиков на побегушках. Просто бегать кофе приносить там актерам, да. Всем нужны такие люди, которые готовы любые поручения исполнять, и люди готовы были бесплатно бегать, делать эти вещи. Есть очень простые позиции, на которые можно пойти. Если вы уже оказались на съемочной площадке, вы постоянно учитесь, потому что вы видите непосредственно производственный процесс. И если вы достаточно умны, гибки, то вы возьмете очень много из этого, и со временем вы сможете предложить что-то, благодаря чему вас переведут на более уже ценную для вас позицию, может быть. И вот там очень важно поработать с 20 до 30 с очень хорошим ментором. В моей жизни именно так и было. У меня был где-то вот с 19 до 32 лет я работал в одной компании, и у меня был очень сильный ментор, я многому у него научился. И вот Джек Ма говорит, с 30 до 40 очень полезно начинать пробовать делать какие-то новые вещи. Тут вы уже можете пытаться идти либо в топ-менеджмент компании, либо создавать собственный бизнес, либо какие-то партнерства, либо с какой-то маленькой долей заходить в какие-то бизнесы. И потом с 40 уже очень важно иметь точно понимание, что вы хотите в этой жизни делать. Вот в 40 лет, мне кажется, у любого человека должен быть ответ на вопрос, кто я? Для чего я живу в этом мире? Что я в этот мир привношу? Да? Когда я умру, что я хочу оставить после себя? Если ответа на этот вопрос нет, начинается очень серьезный кризис. И вот если в 40 лет ответ на этот вопрос есть, вы уже должны к этому времени иметь дело своей жизни. У меня тоже так получилось. В 32 мы создавали ОЛОЛО на $150, очень маленькую компанию, которая мечтала делать какие-то большие вещи. Сейчас у нас самая большая сеть креативных хабов в Центральной Азии. Это 40 тысяч квадратных метров, это больше 1000 человек, которые живут и работают в наших пространствах. И это самая большая сеть здесь, да, в регионе. И мы будем расти, я знаю. И я знаю, что это дело моей жизни. Но когда мы начинали, мы думали, что мы арт-студия. Мы учим людей искусству, на гитаре играть, на пианино, петь и так далее. А потом мы трансформировались. И так будет происходить в вашей жизни тоже. Если вы просто продолжаете идти вперед, жизнь будет подсказывать вам классные повороты. И нужно быть открытым к этому. Поэтому вот с 20 до 30 классная компания с очень сильным ментором, с 30 до 40 какие-то попытки делать более смелые шаги в своей жизни. В 40 лет полная определенность тем, что вы хотите делать в жизни. И тогда, мне кажется, это очень классная жизнь. И это лучший способ, мне кажется, развиваться в креативных индустриях. И совета качественнее дать не могу, потому что креативные индустрии развиваются безумно быстро. И все меняется очень быстро. И чат GPT влияет очень быстро. И лучший способ получить технические навыки, о которых говорит Акмаль, это зайти в чат GPT и написать ему: ты самый лучший ментор по Unreal Engine в мире. Расскажи мне, начинающему человеку, с каких шагов мне нужно начать. И чат GPT вас всему научит. Это сегодня уже, просто грех не использовать такую возможность. Так что спрашивайте не у меня, а у чата GPT.
Расскажите, как вы думаете, через 5-10 лет, как изменится вообще креативная индустрия и сфера технологий? Можно ли будет представить эти сферы в отличие друг от друга, либо они будут непрерывно связаны еще более, чем сегодняшний день? И какие, например, технологии могут быть самыми востребованными? Мы сегодня уже не раз отмечали, например, AI, чат GPT. Существует всемирная проблема и такой страх, что искусственный интеллект захватит рынки трудоустройства, что специалисты больше не будут нужны. Как изменится мир, по вашему мнению, через 5-10 лет?
Да, хороший вопрос. Часто меня молодежь тоже об этом спрашивает. И с одной стороны страшно мне самому, у меня сын растет, я тоже думаю, куда его отдать. Вот. Тем более, как быстро, допустим, мы, да, уничтожили там логотип дизайнеров, там граф-дизайнеров, постер-дизайнеров. Это произошло как-то так лет на 10 быстрее, чем я думал. Вот. И об этом серьезно начинаешь задумываться. С кино тоже немножко побаиваешься в том плане, что там все эти Runway ML и Sora, все остальное, там страшные вещи начинают делать. С играми, я думаю, чуть-чуть все побезопасней пока что. Я думаю, даже, ну, опять-таки, мы можем ошибаться, может, там, не знаю, лет 15, я думаю, индустрия именно геймдева сильно, наверное, не сможет поменяться, даже если захочет, в том плане, что простой, как бы, пример такой, что сколько стоит там чат GPT, там, 5, прочитать все книги мира, допустим, ну, наверное, не знаю, там, 10 секунд, да, может быть, 20 секунд. Может переработать это в какой-то нормальный какой-то датасет, может, нужно там еще полгода, не знаю, сколько надо, чтобы это все работало. Ну, то есть книги читать проще всего. Дальше анализировать картинки, ну, очень просто тоже. Я думаю, может быть, чуть сложнее, чем книги, потому что есть цветные пиксели, соответственно, скажут, что это в 5 раз тяжелее, чем читать книги, возможно, чем текст. Дальше пошла музыка, ее тоже уже почти приносят в жертву. Вот, музыку слушать. Музыку было легко, на самом деле, анализировать. Я думаю, почему прошел прорыв в музыке из-за Content ID, я думаю, да, Даниэль? Потому что, помнишь, они начали всю музыку сканировать, чтобы YouTube, все остальные начали быстро понимать, что это копирайт нарушение. И по сути, вся мировая музыка давно была уже оцифрована. То есть оцифрована именно в плане там, частот, да, пиков, то есть гармоник, то есть как будущий звукорежиссер, будущий, говорю, прошлый звукорежиссер чуть-чуть понимает эту вещь. В общем, оцифровать музыку, в принципе, наверное, один трек так же быстро, как плюс-минус, как и фотку оцифровать. Поэтому все это было давно оцифровано. Понять, как делать хорошую музыку, наверное, чуть сложнее, чем имидж. Поэтому, мне кажется, до сих пор нет такого крутого миджорни в звуке, как миджорни в фото. Почему, я не знаю, хотя я думаю, может быть, потому что звук чуть сложнее, может иметь много дорожек, много звуков, тембров, все остальное. Но все равно результаты очень неплохие. То есть идем дальше. Получается, все это вместе надо умножить раз в 10, чтобы AI посмотрела все свои фильмы мировые, да, и начала понимать, да, почему «Бойцовский клуб» такой прикольный фильм, допустим. Да, то есть, как бы, наверное, займет немножко времени. То есть киноиндустрия пойдет следующий, пойдет в жертву, но насколько эта штука будет генерить на лету шикарные фильмы нам по подписке, может быть, 5 лет, может быть, 10 лет. Очень сложно, потому что очень сложно понять, вот, как Даниэль сказал, люди же все-таки живые, и эмоциональный респонс от фильма, ну, то есть кто-то из-за фильма плачет, кто-то смеется. Соответственно, ну, сложно начинать эти вещи понимать. Но даже при этом, давайте возьмем, посчитаем, сколько средняя длительность фильма, это 1,5 часа. Да, стандартный формат там, кино 78 минут, по-моему, плюс-минус, on average. И теперь мы берем игры. То есть некоторые люди в Dota 2 играют лет 20. То есть получается геймплей часов. То есть проанализировать все игры мира, учитывая, что у некоторых игр типа Майнкрафта и Доты геймплей часы там в годах исчисляются. То есть не 2 часа фильма, а годы игрового. Но даже если мы возьмем средние классические игры, там, они в среднем 12 часов. То есть AI все это прочесть, все это оцифровать, понять. И потом еще один момент, что все остальное это пассивное потребление, а тут AI придется в это дело играть. Научить AI играть в игры, чтобы он понимал, я чувствовал это как геймер, и мне кажется, это еще отдельный челлендж. Уже происходит это с шахматами, я знаю, но в целом сам процесс оцифровки игры очень сложный, то есть как это AI будет скормлено. Плюс игровая индустрия самая хитрая, потому что она становится жертвой самой последней и, наверное, придумает 1000 блоков того, чтобы не парсили дату, я не знаю. То есть гейм-девелоперы могут придумать что-то, защиту от AI там, в виде беспредельной оцифровки, как это произошло до этого с книгами, фильмами и всем остальным. Поэтому, скорее всего, технически очень сложно анализировать игры в таком массовом дата-скрэпинге таком, а понять, как игру сделать классной, AI будет, наверное, сложно, потому что если игровые студии с там, многомиллионным бюджетом не могут сделать то, что один парень сидит у себя в подвале делает. То есть очень часто один парень в подвале взрывает играми, когда это не может сделать студия с 1000 человек штатом. Поэтому, скорее всего, лет 15 мы, скорее всего, дальше не знаю, но, возможно, я немножко оптимистичен. Но технически кажется, что игры сложнее всего будет генерить как AI-продукт. Ну, может быть, я просто слишком оптимистичен по этому поводу. Что думаешь, Даниэль?
Да. Ну, я думаю, что я понятия не имею, что будет через 5-10 лет. Я думаю, что мы можем только догадываться и делать ставки. И Акмаль, мне кажется, очень классно все обо всем рассказал. Я думаю, что вот в нескольких вещах я уверен точно. Первое, мы будем играть гораздо больше, чем сейчас. И все эти фильмы про Валли, где люди просто лежат и весь день с утра до ночи потребляют контент, мне кажется, эти игры уже реализовываются, эти сюжеты уже реализуются, потому что просто посмотрите ваш скрин-тайм, да, на вашем телефоне и посмотрите структуру вашего скрин-тайма, и вы увидите, что развлечения играют колоссальную роль в вашей жизни уже сейчас. И основные ресурсы человечество тратит сейчас на развлечения. Поэтому я думаю, что мы будем играть гораздо больше, мы будем потреблять контент гораздо больше. И я думаю, что спорт может быть такой сферой, где человек еще будет оставаться и участвовать, потому что мы явно не будем соревноваться с роботами, кто быстрее пробежит, кто поднимет более тяжелую вещь. Мы там уже давно проиграли и не соревнуемся. И так же, как шахматы не умерли после того, как искусственный интеллект или компьютеры стали сильнее, чем человек, а люди просто сказали: окей, компьютеры, играйте сами с собой, мы будем играть только с людьми. И также шахматы не умерли, и многие другие вещи пока не умрут, человеческие вещи. Но что я думаю очень важно будет в будущем, из-за того, что мы будем потреблять очень много контента и развлекаться, я думаю, что мир разделится на людей, которые спят, и людей, которые бодрствуют. И это два разных очень состояния. Люди, которые спят, они будут только делать то, что от них хочет искусственный интеллект. Когда вы смотрите YouTube, YouTube постоянно пытается генерировать для вас контент такой, подкидывать вам такой контент, чтобы вы не могли остановиться. Вы смотрите один шортс, переключаете, смотрите следующий шортс, переключаете следующий шортс. TikTok в этом смысле еще эффективнее, искусственный интеллект. И я вижу, что мы все больше и больше будем вот уходить вот в эту сферу, где мы просто не контролируем свое время. Будут другие люди, которые будут наоборот брать детоксы, которые будут уходить, которые будут заниматься осознанностью. И я думаю, что мы идем к миру, где быть хорошим человеком будет становиться очень классной профессией. Все, чему нас мама учила, быть честным, быть добрым, уметь любить, обнимать, целовать, радоваться, проводить время вместе, держаться за руки, обнимать, когда мы спим рядом друг с другом. Вот это мы будем делать как люди. Это точно не будут делать роботы. Мы точно это никогда не аутсорснем роботам. Поэтому, помимо всего, технических навыков, всего, что было обсуждено, пожалуйста, давайте будем все более и более классными людьми. Было время, когда IQ, интеллект был самым главным, потом мы говорили про эмоциональный интеллект, а теперь мы говорим про LQ, это способность любить, относиться ко всему со страстью, любить, делать то, что мы любим, любить людей вокруг себя и создавать больше любви вокруг себя. Меньше страхов, больше любви.
Спасибо сегодняшним экспертам, Акмаль, Данияр. Мы завершаем нашу сессию. Благодарим всех участников за внимание.
Buitrago, CEO, GO Future Hub, former Minister of Culture of Colombia, and moderator Luzma de la Mora, Director, Division on International Trade and Commodities, United Nations Trade and Development. Please welcome with a warm round of applause. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, sizlarni Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Savdo va taraqqiyot anjumanining maxsus sessiyasiga taklif qilamiz. Marhamat, olqishlar bilan kutib oling.
Good morning, everyone. It is my very great pleasure to welcome you to this session that I will be chairing today. And this is regarding the launch of the UN Trade and Development Creative Economy Outlook 2024, which you have there, we have here, and we hope that you all download it and take a look at it because it has really very interesting and insightful information. So I really feel very honored to be leading this panel and welcoming you to this launching. As you may already know, it's already been 2 decades, 20 years, since the UN Trade and Development has been committed to promoting and advancing the creative economy within the global economic and development agenda. Our work at UN Trade and Development focuses in several areas. First of all, facilitating global consensus on the creative economy. We are responsible to bring countries together and promote the awareness about the need to work on promoting the creative industries worldwide. We are also a place where we focus on trade statistics. We do a lot of work on data collection, and we also disseminate information and data and statistics on trade in goods and services in the creative economy so that policymakers, business, academia, civil society have better information to make their decisions. We also develop in-depth analysis. We are responsible for examining trends, challenges, and opportunities within the creative sectors, and we aim to offer insights, as we hope to do today, to be able to understand where are the opportunities and the trends for future development of the sector. We do capacity building. We think that that is one of the most important pillars in our work because it targets people. We know that by training people in the policy-making sphere, in the business sector, in the academic sector, in civil society, we know that we are creating value and we are promoting the development of the creative sector at the local level. And last but not least, we also seek to shape global discussions on the creative economy. We play a role in establishing international standards for measuring and understanding the creative economy. So as you have seen during this week that we have had so many sessions on the creative economy, this is a sector that is expanding very rapidly. But most importantly, it offers real significant economic business job opportunities for people, especially in the developing world. The creative economy is a vital contributor to GDP, to employment, to international trade, and to sustainability. As it shows, and as we found out, and as we identified in our recent survey on the creative economy and the UNCTAD Stat database on international trade in goods and services, this is a sector that is one of the leading sectors in terms of economic growth. I just want to share with you a couple of figures and data that I think will help us to put in perspective this sector. The creative economy accounts between 0.5% to 7.3% of the GDP of countries, and we heard the first day that the Prime Minister mentioned that for Uzbekistan, the goal is that this sector represents 5% of its GDP, which we think is doable. And it's excellent that we're having this conference because I hope, and we hope, our hope at UNCTAD is that this event will trigger ideas and opportunities to identify how best to promote the creative sector for growth and well-being. In terms of jobs is also an area in which the creative economy can make a difference. Our survey reveals that there are countries where the labor sector is represented by the creative economy between 0.5% of jobs up to 12.5% of the workforce. Can you imagine? 1 in every 10 jobs comes from the creative economy in certain countries. So this shows really the potential to generate transformations and to improve the lives of people. In terms of trade, trading goods and services in this sector, we know that creative goods amount to 3% of total merchandise trade worldwide, and also 19% of exports in the services sector. So this also shows that a sizable share of international trade. So today, it is my great pleasure to present our latest report, which provides comprehensive insights in these trends. And I really hope that for you, it will be a source of information to be better prepared to decide how to move forward in the creative economy. So I would like to thank the panelists today, the experts that we have today. Thank you for accepting to be here with us today. And let me introduce our speakers we have with us. Let me start with Kathleen Bokor. She's an Economic Affairs Officer at the UN Trade and Development, specializing in international trade and the creative economy. As the coordinator of the Creative Economy Outlook report, she provides key insights into global trends and contributes to capacity building initiatives in developing countries. We're also honored to have today Ms. Leni Baluyut, Assistant Secretary of the Competitiveness and Innovation Group at the Department of Trade and Industry in the Philippines. Ms. Baluyut has played a pivotal role in implementing key policy initiatives, such as the Innovative Startup Act, the Proudly Filipino Act, and the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, driving innovation and growth in her country's creative sector. Welcome. Next, I also want to welcome Mr. Keith Nurse, President of the College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Nurse serves as a senior economist and advisor on structural policies and innovation at the OECD Development Center, and is member of the Executive Bureau of the UN Committee for Development Policy, a subsidiary body of ECOSOC. Mr. Nurse brings extensive expertise in trade policy, the creative economy, services, intellectual property value capture, export diversification, and much more. Thank you. Finally, last but not least, I also want to welcome our dear friend, Mr. Felipe Buitrago Restrepo, an economist from the University of Los Andes and CEO of Go Future Hub in Colombia. He has held high-level positions, including Minister of Culture of Colombia and Ambassador of Colombia in Germany, where he led initiatives to promote creativity and the orange economy and worked to strengthen international relations. With over 2 decades of experience in the cultural and creative economy sectors, Mr. Buitrago has been a leading figure in promoting creativity and the orange economy, both at the domestic and the international level. So thank you all for being here, and let me start our conversation going to Ms. Kathleen Bokor. Kathleen, if you could please share with us, based on the latest Creative Economy Outlook, what do you think are the most significant global trends currently shaping the creative economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Luzma, very much. Welcome, everyone. It's a real delight to be among such distinguished speakers today. This is the 3rd day of the conference, so I'm aware that we heard so many exciting news about the creative economy and facts and trends. So I just would like to highlight really one of the key messages that emerge from our report. So one of them is digital services really drive growth in many of the creative sectors. What I wanted to show is an example from the music industry, one of the sectors which provide the most up-to-date and available data. We can see that in the past 10 years, it's really digital music streaming that is driving the revenues. They account for up to 65% of all global revenues in the music industry. Another trend is the demographic shift in several developing countries, where young populations represent up to 50% of the population, and the youth are really consuming digital creative content. So the sector can become a huge economic potential in many of the developing countries. And the third key point that we would like to highlight is that creative industries are important because they can contribute to achieve wider development goals. They can contribute to structural transformation. They can contribute to inclusion and, very importantly, to environmental sustainability. And in my next 2 slides, I just like to highlight some facts from international trade. As it was mentioned, UNCTAD has a database on international trade in goods and services, and we, as part of this database, UNCTAD Stat, we also regularly update our data set on international trade in creative goods and services. In terms of creative goods, we have a very good coverage. We have data about more than 160 countries, while in terms of trade in services, data is a big challenge. We have data for about 120 countries, but unfortunately, many developing countries don't have data that is disaggregated enough for us to calculate international trade in creative services, and our database is also an experimental database that we are always seeking to improve. But I think it's very important to have a starting point, at least, so we can have discussions with policymakers what is happening. So on my first chart, you can see that trade in creative services has decoupled from international trade in goods. Trade in services has reached almost $1.5 trillion in 2022, representing almost 1/5 of all global trade in services. And the trade in creative goods is around $713 billion. And as I mentioned, all these exports are quite concentrated in a few key countries and in a few key creative products. This is my final slide, but I just wanted to show which countries are the big players in the international exports of creative services and goods. As you can see, these 10 key countries account for almost 70% of global trade. And we can really see an imbalance, actually, of international trade. And it's really a missed opportunity that all this cultural richness, the cultural heritage that countries, including Uzbekistan, have, they don't have more exposure to international trade. And this imbalance is really a problem that needs collective action. So this conference here, I think, is a very good example, and the work that we do in the United Nations, in New York, in Geneva, is really to find a common solution to bring in more people to participate in trade. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Kathleen, for sharing with us this very important information. As you see, there is huge potential for developing countries to be part of this top 10, and we hope that probably in the next couple of years, Uzbekistan will be in the top 10. So now let me turn the floor to Ms. Baluyut. The Philippines has implemented several high-profile policy initiatives such as the E-Philippine Creative Industries Development Act and the Creative Age for SDGs. Ms. Baluyut, could you elaborate on how these initiatives have impacted the growth of the creative economy in the Philippines and what lessons other countries could learn from your experience? Thank you.
Maraming salamat. So, good morning, everyone. Allow me first to introduce to you the Philippines. So the Philippines is composed of 7,100 islands, and it has 3 major islands, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. As of 2024, we have a population of 119 million people with median age of 25.7 years. And therefore, we are a nation that is shaped by resilience, creativity, and innovation. Our people are our major asset. They are tech-savvy, they are highly trainable, and the Philippines is among the top 10 globally for digital engagement, and with 84.5 million social media users, and that would be around 76% of our population. All right, so the Philippine creative industries is a complex ecosystem that blends traditional craftsmanship with innovation. I'd like to make mention that we have what we call the industry clusters. We try to cluster the 9 major domains under the creative industry, and we have around 72 or 73 subdomains wherein we have clustered them into 4. So these clusters are media and entertainment. Then we have digital creative services, followed by creative goods, and we also have our creative tourism. Our story as a people is woven in global interactions and diversity from within. As of now, we have 6 UNESCO heritage sites, and we have 3 UNESCO creative cities. And we celebrate over 1,000 festivals in the country, and we have around 11,000 cultural properties. 63% of those are tangible immovable sites. Over the past decades, the Philippine creative industries have made remarkable strides. Please focus your attention that on the slide you will see the creatives has contributed 7.13% to the GDP of the Republic of the Philippines. Now, this is around 30.5 billion US dollars gross value added and a workforce of 7.26 million people. Now, the Philippine film industry has emerged as a global player, ranking among the top 20 film-producing economies worldwide, and this is according to WIPO. The Philippines' strength in digital creative services is also driving significant economic growth, and as a global leader, the country ranks 4th in creative services. Moving on, the Philippine government is dedicated to harness our potential in the creative industries. It was mentioned earlier that we now have 2 major laws that would support, expand, and strengthen our creative industries. One is what we call the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act that was enacted in 2022, and recently, just this February 2024, we enacted what we call Proudly Filipino Act. These laws provide structure as to which are the agencies and who are the private sector representatives that would form part of the council that would look into the creative industries of the Philippines. It would also take into consideration innovative ways and means for us to really level up our creative industries. More than ever, the creative industries in the country has been at the heart of the country's economic, social, cultural development, and we envision the Philippines. It's really an ambitious vision for the Philippines. It is challenging, but we are working, exerting every effort of Filipino to make it Asia's premier creative hub by year 2020. So that would be all for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Baluyut, for sharing where is the Philippines today in the creative economy. Let me now turn to Mr. Nurse. Creative services play a crucial role in the economies of small island developing states like those in the Caribbean. Mr. Nurse, I'd like to ask you, could you discuss the unique challenges and opportunities these regions face in the creative economy and how creative services contribute to their economic resilience and diversification? Please.
Great. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on stage with you and your colleagues. The Caribbean are small countries in the Caribbean Sea. We have been well known for our musical outputs as well as other great personalities. So in many respects, we punch above our weight category. What we have found, though, in recent years is that our production as well as export of creative goods have declined in relative terms. And it's creative services that have proven to be the key engine of growth for the creative sector. A lot of this relates to or is tied into our tourism sector, so that you can find creative services related to heritage, for example, but also to festivals. And those have proven to be key drivers. They also provide a framework by which other cultural entrepreneurs can offer goods. So it's not just services. So you have the goods sector supporting the services sector. So for example, you find that the book publishing industry is able to both sell and export more books at the times of festivals. So there tends to be this symbiosis between the growth of the creative services and other areas like manufacturing and so on. Some of the key challenges, though, are that, for one, we are not capturing the critical data on the performance of the sector. This has been a long-term challenge. The capacity of the particular governmental administrations to collect the data and even to publish the data has been constrained. And so this is an area that really needs to be improved, because as we know, if you're not measuring it, it's very difficult to manage. The other key area I would say that is important is that with all the transformations that are taking place with the technologies, training both creative artists as well as creative entrepreneurs is becoming even more urgent. Far too often, most of our artists are self-taught, and you're finding also, particularly for the creative entrepreneurs, a similar scenario. And so, in many respects, this is an area where we can improve our competitiveness, because with this level of training or facilitation, we can improve quickly the value addition. And in many respects, it's the intellectual property that is brought into the services and as well the goods that becomes the key driver of competitiveness, especially for small economies where we don't have the strong manufacturing base or we don't have the economies of scale. The issue of how we are able to tap into our intellectual property becomes the key area for assessing our competitiveness. The last point I'd like to make is that institutions like UN Trade and Development and other institutions at the global level have assisted Caribbean countries over the years. In many respects, these institutions have played a leadership role, helping us to, step up to the plate, but also to create a regional approach. And this is so important because in small economies, the data that we are capturing or the impact that we're having can be so much more enhanced if we're doing it at the regional level. And so I want to both applaud and further encourage UN Trade and Development and the other institutions to support this regionalization approach. So I wanted to end on that note and thank you very much for your invitation to participate this morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nurse, for sharing with us your perspective on how to move forward in this sector. And now it's a turn to our friend from Colombia, Mr. Felipe Buitrago. With your extensive experience in the cultural and creative economy sectors, I would like to ask you if you could share with us what strategies should countries adopt to effectively promote their creative economies at home and abroad? And also, many developing countries do not have the resources that they need to build a strong and vibrant creative economy. So where do you suggest that the developing countries start from? Thank you.
Hello. Well, thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. And I'd like to start by commending UNCTAD for keeping up the effort of following up the creative economy trade for so many years, and especially to congratulate Catalin for the effort to put this together with the ambassador, because this is a team effort. And I start by that because I think tradition is important. I think when you speak about developing a creative economy, you need to start by acknowledging that your main resource, as highlighted, is the people. But it's the people with a story. It's the people with a history. It's the people with a common narrative or with a subset of identities that create a nation. If you start by that, then your first constraint is not a lack of resources, but an abundance of a resource that you need to harness. The abundance of a resource that needs to be nurtured and need to be properly accommodated with institutional actions, with industrial developments, so you can turn these ideas, these identities, into the products, the goods and services that you can trade, and by doing so, you create the jobs, you create the infrastructure, you create the opportunities for a nation to evolve. So if you start by that, then what you need to understand then is that creativity does not happen in a vacuum. It happens in a very complex ecosystem. It's an ecosystem that is mediated by political factors, is mediated by geography, is mediated by distance, is mediated by trends, by fashion. And then you have to understand, and in my experience, you have to have an integral approach, a strategic integral approach in order to use the few financial resources, the few natural resources you have, and combine them with that abundance of talent. And what I have worked with is developing an approach that I call the 7 I's, the 7 ideas. So it's putting together in your strategy the information you need to understand the nature of the challenge. It's very difficult to manage something this challenging without information. You will never get all the information. Remember that 99% of the statistics only tell 49% of the story. But it's very important to have that information so you can start having a conversation that is based on evidence and not just on intuition. Intuition experience is very important, but it's not the only thing. Then you have to understand the institutional environment. You have to develop that institutional environment. It's not only the public institutions, it's the private institutions, it's the NGOs, it's the rules-based international trade order. I mean, all of that is very important. You have to understand that to factor it in your strategy. Then you have to put together an assessment of your infrastructure. It's not about developing infrastructure for the sake of infrastructure. Infrastructure is expensive. Infrastructure is challenging. It's the space where corruption can happen. It's the space where you can have very grand projects that lead to nothing. So you have to be very careful. You have to assess properly where's the infrastructure that you need, what's the strategic, because it's expensive not only to build, it's expensive to run. But it's essential to create those spaces for the creatives to get together, for the audiences to connect with the creators and to have a common interaction. And also, it's not only the physical infrastructure, it's also the digital infrastructure and other soft infrastructures, like an education system that you're going to require in order to develop these things. Then you have the industry. It's the value chain you have to connect. All these elements that go from creation to consumption, going through production, distribution, marketing, and finally, an audience that is absorbing, that is engaging with the result, with the product or the service that transforms the idea into something that people can consume as an identity, as a symbol, but also, very often, also as something that they can use. Not only, but it's a combination. Then you have to understand integration, which is pretty much the main role of UNCTAD. And we were talking a couple of weeks ago. We have a problem. I mean, I will quote Jim Lovell here. Houston, we have a problem. And the problem is somehow in the last 10, 15 years, the world has come to believe that trade is bad. And that's problematic because trade is essential to human nature, just as culture is essential for human nature. What defines us as societies is our ability to engage in exchange. And we do that exchange by the means of utilitarian things or symbolic ideas. And it's like a coin. One side is the perfect value, the perfect utility value of that coin. But the other side is the symbolic value of that coin. The combination is what matters. It does not exist one side without the other. It's very important. We need to in a way, to revisit our narrative around trade and to see what we are missing in our story, so people will appreciate again. This is not to say that all trade at all times in all conditions are good. It's to understand that trade is essential, and more trade can always be good if we do it properly, if we sell it properly, if we engage properly in it. And culture is probably one of these ways in which we can do trade, great again. And then you have the I for inclusion, my favorite I, because it's what culture does. It creates community. Our ability to be here from different countries engaging in this conversation, we clearly share the interest of the creative economy. But we all have very different understandings of the creative economy. I was listening earlier, creative economy with a Chinese, approach. We have the approach in the Philippines that understands creativity in a broader way that it's understood in Colombia. You have the Indonesian understanding. You have the Caribbean understanding of creative, because context matters. And that context and that ability to understand each other, that the possibility to have empathy from this policy perspective or from our cultural preferences is important, because when we engage in exchanges, by knowing we share common goals, even though we have different objectives in some aspects, even though we have different preferences, allows us to do exchange in a peaceful and constructive way, instead of just taking over whatever we can. So when we do inclusion in creativity, what we are doing is developing the social fabric of communities and the world. And that's very important. And finally, it's the eye for inspiration, because a key essential element of this, we start the conversation with this abundance of talent. But talent, like oil, is a great natural resource. The advantage of talent, it's evenly distributed. The disadvantage of talent, like oil, if it's not developed, it's worthless. It's just there. It's latent, but it's just there. You need to discover that talent. You need to find in the kids what are their ambitions, their dreams, how to harness that energy and to keep it alive, and then transform it into professions, in abilities to exchange better, and so on. So the key goal thing, and the key message here is do not approach this looking for a silver bullet. Try to do it by trying to approach it integrally. Understand the complexity, embrace it, and move forward.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Felipe, for sharing with us your 7i model, which we really like, and we think it's a great way of having a roadmap for the development of the creative economy. I would like to take this time to see whether there is any question from the audience. We would be happy to, I'm sure that our experts here would be happy to entertain a question or two from the audience, if there's any. I don't see anyone. Okay, there's one here, please.
Good morning. This is for Dr. Nurse. Dr. Nurse, you mentioned, although briefly, but it is very interesting for us, you mentioned the challenge of manufacturing in smaller nations and smaller economies. What do you think is the future for developing countries in terms of being competitive or being more competitive in the manufacturing space, especially as we looked at the current figures of an imbalanced trade situation globally? So what do you think is the future, or should be the future, for developing countries in terms of competing in this particular in manufacturing, essentially? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. It's like the big trade question, in fact. And it's linked, one can argue, to what I call the China effect. So if you look at the data on creative goods, exports globally, China's share is 1/3. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. And if you look at China's share from the developing world, it's like 2/3, if not 3/4. So China is dominating in the creative goods area from a developing country perspective. And it has to do with the issue of scale, but it's more than that now. China is not just a low-cost producer, it's also a high-intensive knowledge-producing economy. And so what has happened is that we call it the middle-income trap. Many smaller developing countries haven't been investing in research and development or haven't been investing in the knowledge economy fast enough. And this is where both creative services and what I call creative intellectual property come into play. There are a range of services and intellectual property that are embedded, for example, in creative goods and in manufacturing in particular. So we were having a chat earlier today, and I gave an example from right here in Uzbekistan. I wouldn't name the company specifically, but they are a chocolate producer. And in my discussions with them, I was able to ascertain that the highest value added in their product is not the chocolates, it's the packaging. And it's the packaging and the whole romancing of the story that is their key competitive advantage. And so what does that tell us? That tells us that there's a range of creative services as well as creative intellectual property that can give you the new basis for winning over markets and winning back market share. But this requires you to be far more sophisticated, investing in what we call the knowledge economy. For example, investing in design capabilities. Also investing in things like, bringing in unique inputs that may not be available in another jurisdiction. So this is where authenticity becomes a critical factor. And so this is what we need to be encouraging more developing countries to do, and even more middle-income countries. Because if you look at the data, the trade data, these economies are becoming more and more dependent on commodities than ever before. And so this is something that is not looking well for the development prospects. So by infusing some of these ideas, I think we can begin to redress some of the challenges that you've identified. So thank you very much for that really important question.
Thank you, Keith, for your very insightful answer. Yes, there's another question over there, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Irina Haritonova. I'm from Kazakhstan. I have a question for all speakers. All days here you are speaking, sorry for my English, you are speaking with a lot of different creators from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and another country from Central Asia. A big problem for us now, we are start to be better and try to find the right way how we can be successful in creative industries. What's the main advice for us? Because for us, the big problem to find investors for our project, I think that's maybe how in other countries, but now we just try to find the right solution, how we can describe our project for government, for investors, and your advice for all us, how we can be successful in this and how we can realize all our ideas. Thank you.
Do you think, Ms. Valuyo, that you would like to answer, and then Felipe?
Okay, so I would like to deal first with the investment portion because you might have diverse products from this area, Central Asia. Diverse products would mean we have to first prioritize what are the investment priorities that we will promote for us to be able to attract investors from within and from outside of our countries. Now, those investment priority areas could also mean which part, example of Kazakhstan, are you going to provide for incoming investors? Let's identify. Please identify what are those. First, the investment priority areas, your products, if you try to cluster them, which areas, and what are the incentives that you will be providing to investors for them to be attracted to come here and invest. And I'm talking about those coming from outside. Now, from within, then perhaps you know the dynamics of people coming from like Kazakhstan or Central Asia. Now, it could be the conduct of business-to-business meetings, B2B, and you could prioritize again which sector are you willing to have investments on, because you, I believe, already know which has the most competitive advantage in terms of products or services. So that's one thing. Now, the other question would be about what can we advise? Did I get it right? Definitely, because we come from various parts of the globe, it doesn't mean one size fits all. But I would just like to mention what we have been doing in the Philippines. The Republic of the Philippines, we identified the need for us to have the legal framework, the laws that would really put a structure as to what is the body, and now we have the council, who should head the council, who should form part of that council, coming from both the public organization and the private organizations as well. Now, having this legal framework would provide or instruct the people to do the job. And we also have identified strategies. So we have, for the Proudly Filipino Act, the multi-year strategies. And we are, by the way, currently crafting it. And we do consultations from across the country. As I've mentioned, we have 3 major islands, and we go from one island to another, conducting summits like this, workshops, in order for us to craft that multi-year Proudly Filipino Act and come up with criteria. Who can say, I am proudly Filipino? I mean, which product could have that Tatak Pinoy or Proudly Filipino? We're working on those criteria. Example, Lea Salonga. Who doesn't know Lea Salonga? She's a Filipina. So, which of those services, products, or people can really say, we are proudly Filipino? Now, that criteria is being crafted because, as I've mentioned, the law, Proudly Filipino Act, has been enacted only this February. And the implementing rules and regulations, because in the Philippines, before a law becomes effective, you need to come up with the IRR and publish it in the national paper. So it became effective only in August this year. That's why all these things are still a work in progress.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm sorry we are running out of time, but I would like to finish by asking Felipe, if you can answer this in a minute, and also your final message, Mr. Nurse and Kathleen, please.
Okay, the minute. I think you need patience and a dual strategy, which is contradictory, because the dual strategy is you need information, you need a mapping of the creative industries, you need to understand and to gather evidence on the importance of the creative industry. But then you have a challenge. Politicians will do whatever is convenient to them regardless of the amount and the quality of evidence. So you need to work at the same time you are collecting data and understanding data and building your knowledge around how to harness the creative economy and the talent and everything. You have to create a narrative, a story that makes it compelling for politicians to engage and to become interested and to make it important to them, the development of the creative economy. That's not going to come because it's important in the GDP. It's going to be more important because it creates jobs. It's going to be more important because it engages the youth. It's going to be important because it creates revenues for the public coffers and so on. That's very difficult to do because that's a complex element. So you can go for the political. There you have a challenge. The creative sector tends to be difficult in getting together to fight for common goals because it's part of the nature of the creative sector. It's being feisty, it's being, lively. So you have a challenge there. But if you can put together some element of, hey, on this topic, let's go together, you start creating a movement, and that requires patience and a lot of work. And at the end, you need to work also on the information I mentioned at the beginning, because whenever it happens that the politicians commit, you have to be ready, because you will have one shot to make things happen, to show it works, and then to start consolidating the narratives around strategies, legislation, institutional development, and so on. And my final message is, there are many reasons to believe and to bet on the creative economy. But I think the main reason for me is we are living in an age of deep changes, disruptive transformations. And part of what defines this age is every day we get news about machines becoming ever better at being machines. That means we as people need to start becoming concentrated on being ever better humans.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Buitrago. Mr. Nurse, 30 seconds, please. Your final message.
Great, thank you very much. My final message to Central Asia is that your biggest asset going forward is the youth dividend. This is one of the regions in the world where you have an expanding youth population. That's your strategic asset. Tying in youth entrepreneurship to the creative entrepreneurship is where you'll generate huge growth potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen, we'll finish with you.
Thank you very much. I agree that there's no one size fits all, but I think countries can really learn from each other. You can look around in your region, you can look at this fantastic panel, and we at the UN, what we do is we have a convening power. So we bring countries together, we bring experts together, and this is one of our main objectives actually, to share experience, to build knowledge, and be there with countries when they start to develop policies and starting from scratch. So let's have a chat after this panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to our experts here. Let's close this with a round of applause. And thank you so much to you for being here. Please check the report. It's online.
Everybody still, we need a selfie.
Bildirilgan fikrlar va soha yangiliklari uchun hurmatli ma'ruzachilarimizga chuqur minnatdorchilik izhor etamiz. Rahmat. Bir necha daqiqalik tayyorgarlikdan so'ng navbatdagi panel uchrashuvlari bilan konferensiyamizni davom ettiramiz. The next panel session will be started in a minute.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a awkward moment to be with us. It's lunchtime, it's Friday, it's the end of the week, it's the end of the World Conference on Creative Economy, but I'm very happy that you made it, and we're very grateful, all of us here on stage, for your attendance. My name is Cyril Zamit. I'm an advisor for the Uzbekistan Art and Culture Development Foundation here in Tashkent, but I'm also a design consultant based out of Dubai. In this session, we will explore how architecture and design are not only shaping the physical landscapes of our cities, but also driving the economic growth and innovation. For your information, and I just found out this recently, I might sound naive because I've been in this country for 2 years, but I just realized that Tashkent, actually, the etymology of the city means Tash and Kent, basically literally meaning the stone city or the city of stones. So it's perfect to talk about architecture when we're in a city which is called the city of stones, although it's probably more bricks recently. But anyway, so the city is over 3 million inhabitants for people who are watching us because we live streamed. And then it's also very interesting because there's a lot of transformation, as every city that have happened in this country, specifically in Tashkent after the very important, massive and dramatic earthquake in 1966. But also recently, because of that earthquake, it was a kind of a blessing in disguise because it had put Tashkent on the map of architecture, specifically with the modernism buildings that have been now heavily celebrated, and we're going to talk about it later. So as urban environment evolve, they must do more than meet functional needs. They should also reflect the creative spirit and inspire the artistic expression and nurture vibrant and sustainable communities. Enough with me. We're going to start introducing our panelists. And starting, we'll start with Ekaterina, who is the architect and cultural curator known for your international work across several countries, including Europe and Hong Kong. And you also have been part of the creation and in design of the iconic Garage Museum of Contemporary Art in Moscow. You're based in Milan. And you also have been working very intensively for the cultural capital Matera in Italy in 2019. And you're the co-founder of Grace, which is an architectural practice in Milan. Welcome on stage. We also have Jayden Ali, who's architect, artist, and filmmaker. You're the founder of JA Project, and you're also a trustee of the Open City and design advocate for the Mayor of London. And part of your different achievement, you made it to the very strongly esteemed 40 under 40. And you're also actively involved, we're going to talk about it soon, about Acne Regeneration Design Advisory Group. And you also work for, collaborating with the London Legacy Development Corporation. We also have Ahmed Al-Manai, who's from Bahrain. He's the co-founder of the Shepherd Studio. Shepherd Studio is actually the studio who has created the entire design and the set design of this exhibition, this conference. So whatever you see here around, it's definitely made by him and his two acolytes. So really bravo, because it's made a mind-blowing experience for a lot of visitors. And we know that it's always been a challenge to work on 10,000 square meters, so bravo. And last but not least, we have on my right Fahad Al-Obeidi, who's an artist, a fashion designer, a curator, a filmmaker based in Qatar. He's the acting director of the Design Biennial in Doha. And I would like you, Fahad, to start eventually telling us a bit more about yourself, please.
Hello. First, thank you, Sarah, for the invitation, and thank you for the government of Uzbekistan. It was really inspiring. It's my first time here, so I was really inspired by their people, the culture, food, the dance, and the dinner we witnessed as well, like performance was really amazing performance they had. But I would like to take this opportunity to really explain why we are here as Qatar, as a country. If you don't mind, I will stand and so I can see the slide. So I'm the Director of Design Doha Binali, which is under Qatar Museums. Qatar Museums was established 2007, and since then we were driving the cultural and creative initiatives in the MENA region and bring it to Doha in order to give them a global stage. Design Doha is part of like, I would say, an ecosystem in Doha. Since Qatar was known for their iconic museums, working with iconic like architect John Neville and IM Bay for the Museum of Islamic Art. We had incubation as well for the creators like Col M7, Leiwan, and the Doha Film Institute and the Doha Fire Station. So looking at the museum as an infrastructure that hosts those initiatives and the incubators to develop those talents, Design Doha came as the third stage, which is about exporting those talents from Doha to the MENA to international. This is four of our inaugural edition, Design Doha. Actually, Doha means oasis. And we wanted Doha to become the oasis of design for the MENA region. When I say MENA region, it's Middle East and North Africa, starting from Libya all the way to Yemen. And it represents 22 countries. That means we invited those 22 countries to come to Doha and really communicate what design means to them and what the creative aesthetics of those countries. We can go. And not only like we hosted like the designers, we brought even design buyers, design advocates, museum leaders, and the end user, which is the retail and the malls. In terms of the, I call it the impact report in a way, we had 37 exhibition and public program, and our impact in terms of economy was 68 million. We had 42 million media reach, and we have over 100,000 visitors. Keep in mind, this is the inaugural edition. This is the first time in our region Design Binali in a museum level presentation take place. This is the Arab Design Now exhibition. So basically, it was in 2,000 square meter space as the home of M7. And basically, we featured 74 Arab designers to, again, kind of display what the Arab region has to offer and what design means to us. And the exhibition was curated by Rana Beiruti. She's an independent curator. And the outcome of this exhibition, actually, we turned it to a book that everyone globally, they can have reach out to it. And actually, if you go to Design Doha website, you're going to see the link where you can purchase the book. And we can ship it internationally as well.
So if they say they saw the book at Tashkent, they get a 20% discount, right?
They can give it for free.
Okay.
We invited as well like architects, Ibrahim Al-Jayda, the Qatari architect, to communicate about the transformation of the urban planning in Doha and how it's influenced by the South Asian Art Deco. We had another exhibition in collaboration with Turquoise Mountain to support the artisans in Afghanistan and bring the weavers and really exhibit their textile collection from carpet, but more like I would say in an artistic curatorial approach. And as well, we reached out to the American of the Cairo University to exhibit the 100 poster exhibition that support graphic designer to turn them and get them closer to the industry. And obviously, we had to have Uzbekistan, and thank you, Israel, for this project, because Ahmed. And in this exhibition, 4 museums were invited to showcase their collection in this beautiful space at M7. It was 900 square meter space, and the beauty of this exhibition, and I think why it's unique, it's the transformation or translation of traditional craft to modern. So this is what Ahmed actually, I think he interpreted the carpet of Uzbekistan and brought it in this beautiful tiles in the ground floor.
Good.
We did as well Design Doha Forum, where we invited like speakers to elevate the communication about what design has to offer. And we did as well Design Doha Prize. It's a cash award to support MENA region designers with 100,000 Qatari Riyal, media exposure by Dazin Publication, logistical support for 1 year by DHL, and insurance support for 1 year by Qatar Insurance Company. And we received so far 556 applicants, and we had really beautiful 4 winners that actually enjoyed this prize. And those are the juries. The juries were by buyers, collectors, architects, businessmen that really actually will review this 556 application. Yet we have 4 winners, but actually for me, all of them are winners because they had access to them. Basically, we had the jury as well. We invited the designers to come and present to them directly. And then the winners of 2024 Design Doha Prize were this beautiful, I call them the jewels of Design Doha. The outcome of the prize was a gala dinner where we had celebrated the designers as well. And yeah, this is us. I hope I invite everyone to come to Doha. Like we're going to have one of our residency program exhibition about Morocco in November.
And remind us the dates, 26?
So for the next edition of Design Doha will be 28th of January, 2026.
Okay, thank you so much. So Jayden, in your city, thank you. In your city, you are involved in regeneration and legacy development, right? But before we start and I ask my question, for those of you who were not here 2 days ago when we opened the ceremony of the World Conference on Creative Economy, you had with your team created a beautiful video. So I would ask the media room over here to play that video again. If you don't mind, we just stand up and then we just leave for 2 minutes to if everyone to watch that video. Thank you. Thank you. Very emotional because we all work on this for long weeks and hours, so it's nice to see it again. So Jayden, how can architecture and design be leveraged to create urban spaces that foster innovation but also artistic expression while ensuring they remain functional and sustainable of growing population? That's a very strong topic these days with the constant growing population that we're facing.
And a really long question, so
I know.
I'll try and partition it. It's really lovely to be on the stage with everybody here, and amazing to see the work you've been doing. I think maybe I just need to take a slight rewind and just explain what my interest is and the interest of the studio that I lead. Essentially, I'm interested in cities and how they work, and what that has meant is a fascination with all of the various components as to how they're put together. So I often describe, well, because we're interested in cities, it's meant that we're interested in culture, because culture is the vehicle which allows us to engage with every part of how a city works. And so in the studio, we're producing cultural artifacts, kind of films and sculpture. We're also producing we're also concerned with how culture is framed. So exhibitions, museums, we're interested in not only the production of objects and items, but also how they're showcased. And then we're interested in cultural infrastructure, which is basically about, not necessarily about what's made, but how we construct a city that has the provision and the facilities to make. And for me, that maybe goes to your question, which is, if you're concerned with the infrastructure of making, then you are interested in how the city works materially, like what's made, but also how it gets made. So not only are we interested in immaterial things like film and material things like sculptures, we're interested in things like policy, like what are the governmental networks, what are the kind of financial bits of infrastructure that allow people to reside in a space or make in a space. And so to answer the question about how creativity can start to define the city, I think one is to say that creativity is the drive. I think it's the thing that, you know, I come from London, I work in London, I think it's the most diverse city that I've had the privilege to be in or to work in. And I think through creativity, people are allowed to see themselves reflected in the city in which they live, to feel like they're at home, to feel like they belong. And I think that's the foundation of growth. You know, I don't necessarily think you can have some form of growth without people feeling like they are invested at some moment. So you need these outputs where people see themselves reflected, but you also need them to be able to see the way in which the environment around them supports them to become part of it and to actively partake and actively make. So it's this kind of full 360 kind of spectrum of how the city works. And what that's led to is production of kind of well, I suppose what that's led to is a focus on historically peripheral stories. So the stories that don't necessarily get told, the stories where we can recenter people who have been at the edges. But then that's also led to work which spans the complete spectrum. So behind us, you can see some work we're doing with the V&A. The external is designed by O'Donnell and Toomey, but we're designing most of the common spaces and the kind of main exhibition galleries. We're doing a similar thing at the kind of a fashion museum in Bath, where we're trying to center kind of historically peripheral stories. Some work on the wall, you'll see kind of strategic work in whether it's kind of Red Church Street, which is an East London community with a big South Asian population from Bangladesh. The work behind here was our work for the 2023 British Pavilion in Venice, where I was co-curator. Also, that's my sculptural work on the outside with these two large pans. They were essay on migration. We made a cinematic work in the middle. And this work behind us is this is the work for Red Church Street, which is kind of more strategic stuff. So we're working across the scales. And I think it's working across the scales that, and that kind of complete engagement with work across the scales that will allow for growth in the future. And maybe I just wanted to rest on this because maybe it's not so glamorous as an illustration or an image. But for us, sometimes the output is not a building, it's not kind of visual. In this instance, the output is a network diagram as to how to get stuff done. Like who needs to be involved in different projects, who you need to mobilize in order to bring this area of London up to speed, to get this neighborhood to work. We've got community institutions on the right-hand side. We've got a local mosque in the top left. We've got the local authority in terms of the municipality. It's about understanding where we have impact and where we can make a difference.
Thank you. That's very complete. Any of you want to add any point or comment from what Jayden said? Yeah, after? Okay.
Can I maybe just jump in and just say one thing? Because Fahad, you were speaking about, I saw this kind of resonance between our work because you were speaking about Design Doha and saying, you know, you've used the vehicle of Design Doha to support other artists. And I think even at that scale, that's an infrastructural change. You've looked at the infrastructure of the project and decided, how can I make a long-term legacy? Really beautiful to hear you speak about Design Doha being the kind of third iteration where you've been on the receiving end of kind of knowledge. And now this is that kind of outward-facing knowledge exchange. And when I was listening to you speak, I was thinking that's kind of similar to what we've done at a very much smaller scale with the British Pavilion, where we said, okay, the British Council gives us £250,000. We can spend that on flashy scenography, or we can commission 4 or 5 up-and-coming artists and architects, give them the profile that they need, help extend their practice into the future. It's about maybe taking a different lens, and I think you only get that lens if you are thinking about things infrastructurally.
I think I loved your stakeholder mapping, because what he did, like he really captured all the touch point of community development in terms of government, policy making, the community itself. And you made the community as the heart of what you're doing, which about people. And I think this is what, like, I think all this, like I would say, as a designer yourself or like as a studio yourself, I think this is like when we put the people in the center of what we're doing, you can see it's sincere and there is some, I would say, selfless approach. This is where the community engage and want to support and stuff like that. Like, we can talk about it later on, maybe with your topics.
No, it's just because I'm a bit worried about the time. We haven't been given so much time, so I just also want to eventually jump, and I'm sorry if it's just changing completely the topic, but I wanted to speak with Ekaterina because you work a lot already here in Tashkent. You've done a lot of groundbreaking work, research, specifically on Tashkent modernism. And it's important because as we are here, it's interesting to see how Tashkent modernism and architecture has been somehow preserved and integrated, sometimes also into a contemporary urban planning effort. But I would just wanted to know what's your experience of having a situation like now, which was 1966 and after for the modernism, and now integrating into a city which is rapidly changing and growing. I think if I remember well, you told me this morning you've been here since 2018. So you have seen Tashkent massively and very rapidly evolving. So how can a change into the architecture and the urban planning could still integrate the people and not necessarily just build towers and houses for the sake of building new buildings?
Do you hear me? Yes. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for your question. Yes, it's true. I've been in Tashkent, working with Tashkent, and particularly with ICDF since 2018. And one of the reasons why I started working is because of my interest in heritage and heritage preservation, and particularly the heritage of the 20th century and the second half of the 20th century. And in that sense, Tashkent, I think I mentioned this before, for me is a kind of natural reserve of modernist architecture. It has happened for specific historic reasons. One of them, of course, being the earthquake, but probably it was more something that gave the opportunity for this modernist thinking to be implemented on such vast scale. But this thinking was there already before. It was part of a larger intention within the Soviet Union to promote Tashkent as a kind of showcase of how, let's say, socialism can flourish in the East. So it had this kind of intention of being a vitrine. And the earthquake in a way, helped to implement this idea and realize it to its kind of biggest potential. So yes, we've been working for now, well, I would say, let's start from the fact that in the last 7 years, Tashkent has been very rapidly modernizing. Modernization, as we know, has always its kind of good and bad sides. But what I find very interesting and exciting in Tashkent is that, you know, as many places, when the city changes, it starts asking an important question of what should, you know, what can change and what should stay the same, you know, what are the important kind of identity-driven elements of the city, of its architecture, of its culture that should be protected and preserved. And so we started looking at the modernist layer, though, as you know, ACDF has been looking at many other layers, and modernism is not the only one that is considered important. It is studied as one of the many historical layers of Tashkent that should be preserved. But yes, we started looking at modernism because it is probably, I don't want to say now something stupid, but around 70 or 80% of the urban fabric was built between 60s, 70s, and 80s. So it is a very important layer of the city. It has been, in a way, understudied, but let's say in the last few years, there has been a massive increase of interest, not only from, let's say, the government, but also from the citizens in understanding and in preserving this layer. For the guests of the conference, you have probably seen one of the first results of our research, which is this publication describing 20 most important buildings that have been identified through the research. There will be another book coming out with many more, let's say, text and analytical descriptions of the buildings. But all of this research, it has kind of led to two important outcomes. One is that we've created statements of significance for the buildings, and therefore they are now protected by national legislation. So we actually created a framework for these buildings to be kept within the rapidly evolving city. And we also determined what in these buildings can be changed. So we didn't want them to get kind of museified and frozen, but we wanted them to become an important part of a contemporary Tashkent. So therefore, there is very clear distinction of what are the elements that are important for the historical significance of the city and of this architecture, and what are things that need modernization in order for these buildings to be sustainable and relevant also in the future. So this is, I would say the essence of what we were doing.
It's a very good one. Any comment on what Ekaterina just said from any of you? Because you're all architects more or less one way or another. Ahmed, for example, do you want to say anything? Because you've been coming here now for several times. Uzbekistan, like me, becomes more or less your second country somehow.
I think, first of all, thank you, Katrina. It was amazing. And being here, I think it's my fourth visit to Uzbekistan, and I haven't been here as long as you have. I mean, 2018, you've probably seen it all. One thing that I noticed, that there's a huge language barrier between Uzbekistan and the rest of the world. And what you are doing is enlightening not only the people of Uzbekistan and just teaching them about the history of their buildings, but you are also teaching us, people who come in and visit Uzbekistan, add value and come out and see it for what it is. Because I'd love to have a copy of the book and just understand all these projects. Because I mean, Cyril's been doing a great job of showing us around, but obviously when you see it in text form, you can actually address it and understand it and digest it even further. So I think that's a great initiative.
I'll take this opportunity to explain to whoever is listening or watching us that there's an application called tashkentmodernism.uz, where you can basically follow a trail of those selected buildings. And it's very interesting because, you know, sometimes you just pass by a pure jewel without noticing it. And that app will really geolocalization help you to go around and then basically learn and understand more about that. But while we're with you, Ahmed, I have a question, because you and your two associates, you're really working on successfully managing architecture and design. So we talked about this place, which is also a very strong impact on design, but you're an architect as a base, right? I want to know exactly more or less, how do you shape the future of an urban scape, for example? You have a couple of examples in your project, but I think I want to hear more about that from you.
So in our studio, we have a very open approach. We work in various scales. We work on everything from master planning, old cities, all the way to kind of small-scale sensors for gas tanks. And I think if I were to kind of create what drives us is solving problems via design at all scales. If you could see, for example, on the presentation, we questioned what is a mosque and what is a temporary mosque, to be more specific. This is an example of us just having the urge to solve a problem, and it was driven because we were in Riyadh, for example, and we were seeing people put up the Portakabin mosque, taking 3 to 4 hours just to kind of assemble it, and we asked ourselves if we can put up a temporary mosque faster, and if we can potentially put a mosque in a box. And we've successfully done that by challenging balloon factories to see if we can kind of create rigid balloons that are lasting and can survive and be up in less than 4 hours. We've successfully created this project. The prototype is in Bahrain, and we've successfully been able to pop up a mosque in 40 minutes, which is absolutely amazing, because it takes one person to do it, as opposed to the 5 to 6 people who are putting up the Portakabin structure. And looking at that structure just on a cultural sense, it's very boring when you look at it. And when you hear the word mosque, you think of something very ornamental and beautiful and magical. And then when you see the structure, it's quite the opposite. So we're just questioning if we can use inflatables to create this sense of ornamentalism or create this sense of design and detail. So I think that was the biggest challenge, to kind of create something functional and ornamental and very appropriate to what a mosque is, while simultaneously solving a problem that the community has. And it's one of those problems that they don't know exists.
So that's the box?
That is the box, and that is the Portakabin Mosque.
How big is the box, more or less?
It's around 1.4 meters by 1.4 meters.
And easy to carry?
It's heavy, but it's small. And the other type of project, if we can go to the earlier slide, I mean, we're from Bahrain, the slide after it, sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'm from Bahrain, and in Bahrain we have this tendency to start a project, have a lot of energy, and then slowly the interest dies. It becomes slow, and instead of it being a year and a half to build or 2 years to build, it starts to become 6 years, and it starts to. So the project you see behind me is the GFH Towers. It was in our skyline, like smack dab in the middle for 10 years, and we thought to ourselves, how can we solve this issue? And it's a big task to take on independently, but we said, why not? I mean, we kind of have ideas. Let's try it. Let's give it a stab. So we thought, what if we? And then what drove it or triggered it is that in Bahrain the government realized that people aren't building. They own a lot of land, but they're not building. So in order to drive the economy, they imposed a tax. So if you don't use your land, you have to pay a tax. So we said, okay, what if you built the building all the way to shell and core, and you would integrate an urban park, in this case Paddle, which was up and coming, and it was all over Bahrain. And then you'd charge for Paddle as you naturally would, and slowly make that money to complete the building within 1 to 2 years. I mean, it would bring in $2.6 million in 2 years. And then these can be turned into sky villas that could be then sold as a complete building, as opposed to having a building stagnant or in the middle of nowhere, sorry, in the middle of somewhere, just being an eyesore. So I think that's what we do at the studio, where we kind of try to solve problems. We take the initiative to solve these problems on behalf of the city. And I think that's something that I see similar to what you do, Jaden, and which I relate to.
Thank you. I mean, Jaden, you showed earlier on this very striking chart. And how easy or not easy, or how do you succeed to have all these collaborations between public institution, private institution, because everyone has a different agenda. Even the local community has a different agenda, because obviously, as you were saying, sometimes certain part of the city have a certain type of community, another part. So how do you successfully put them first around the table? Probably that's the first challenge. And then second, how do you make them moving ahead on the project?
Sure. I think there's a really common theme between our work, which is to do with an assessment and a re-evaluation of value. And I can see that in terms of kind of like valuing community, kind of like valuing new ways of working in terms of kind of investment, like valuing ideas around heritage. And if we value, I suppose what we value is engendering a sense of trust. And I think in order to do that, we have to re-articulate our value associated with time. I think we can only engender a sense of trust with whoever it is, whether it is a local authority or whether it's a shop owner or whether it's the imam, or do you know what I mean? Or if it's like another community institution. Then you generally don't trust people if you haven't been around them for a while. You need some form of shared commitment. And people are so used to other consultants coming in and doing work, being around for a brief moment and then disappearing. And so what we always try to do is to advocate in the work that we do and to push the people who are commissioning us for there to be enough budget for us to be around for a long time. And that's the reassessment of time, our relationship to time. on one of these projects, you know, I was talking yesterday at a different conference, and I was thinking, we was talking about ideas around metrics and how we measure things. And I think the premise of that conference was very much about how you measure embodied carbon, etc. And of course, in our project, we do measure the number of conversations or, you know, I don't know, the number of applications, all of the kind of basic metrics. But in one of our projects, which is about the kind of revitalization of a market in East London with, again, a large South Asian population, was the number of cups of chai served. And I think that kind of tells you everything you need to know about a re-evaluation of time on site, because what we did is we inverted the power dynamics associated with a market. So instead of us going to market stalls, we started to run a market stall instead. We welcomed people in and we kind of offered them some form of produce. And it also meant that we had to be around on market days. We had to kind of embed ourselves into the rhythms of a place for people to see ourselves as part of it. And so we're really invested in that sense.
Thank you. Ekaterina, with your different projects in different parts of the world, is there a pattern that you have noticed or something which makes always a project a bit more successful than another, specifically with the integration of eventually, because you worked, for example, with, I didn't mention in my introduction, but you also worked for Omar, for example, for a long time, and they're kind of known for something quite striking, sometimes eventually changing the perception of a district. How do you deal with this when people are looking at one of your creations, if I can call them this way, as a brand new icon in a cityscape?
Wow.
And you only have 1.5 minutes left.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think I would say that maybe it's slightly rephrasing or kind of reinterpreting your question. I think having worked on the Garage Museum in Moscow, I started working on it as a building and kind of as an architect who had to, again, intervene on something existing. And that, in a way, really changes your mentality as an architect. And this is something that I think, in general, is a healthy attitude, where rather than seeing yourself as this kind of author who has to come with a big idea, you come to a place, you really need to understand it. You need to understand why it was done this way by another architect, kind of learn to appreciate his thinking, and take this building as a kind of context in which you can add something, insert something to make it relevant again. So in a way, maybe this is a formula that then I have been, or my office has been applying in many projects that we did afterwards. We come to new contexts. We first of all study them a lot. I mean, this has been kind of a major study. To really try to understand the place, to engage also with the people, with the architecture, try to understand what the original authors had in mind, and see how today all of it can again be relevant. So I think that would be my answer.
Thank you. It gives me the opportunity to ask my last question to you, Farhad, about inclusivity and accessibility. In a very fast-growing city like Doha, obviously, you want to be as inclusive as possible, as accessible as possible. You also work on an everyday basis in M7, which is a brand new district in Doha. How those elements can be successfully put together?
I would say, like, the reason why we chose Masharib downtown as the main hub of Design Doha, we wanted to do this exercise other than taking those big festivals to conventional centers and not accessible. Let's put them in the middle of the heart of the neighborhoods, and let's see how people react with it. Let's turn our city accessible, walkable, playful for our audience. That actually really improve the quality of living for them there, and give them meaning in terms of they are again the heart of in the decision making. So I think what we did in Design Doha, we brought 37 exhibitions program, and we distribute them around the city. In different neighborhood, we said, okay, well, most of the people here, they are from the academia. We put all the learning programs there, and some of them were more younger. We put accessible, more interactive stuff like that. And then we were just observing We wanted, because it's the inaugural edition, so we thought like, let's sit back and just watch how people react and how they integrate and interact with the city and stuff like that. And I think what's important with, especially with Design Doha, it's the curiosity of how human experience, like, and what excites them, what makes them leave their house in the weekend, why they chose this program but not that program. That curiosity, I would say, driven, help us to not think about diversity in terms of like the type of profile of audience, because when we say market linked to numbers, there is no human element to it. You disattach yourself from the human element. So I kind of like pushed away that things, and I told the whole team, go out, watch how people react, what excites them, how they interact with it, and then let's design a program that actually in their interest. And this is what Her Excellency was mentioning in her opening remark. How we turn historical houses, such as like the fire station, to become the hub of the artisan residency program. How we turned one of the oldest schools in Qatar that actually was abandoned to be the design studios, free of charge for designers to go and practice and produce. Those kind of things actually is, yes, yet strategic, but it come from Her Excellency observation to her own community, and plus like in terms of empowering young ideas, because young ideas can be turned to a company, studio, an artist, but how that will contribute to the landscape of Qatar, or let's say as a city, that will turn them to, I would say, they will rent a space that contribute to the real estate. They're gonna get a car. They're gonna produce there, so that will expand the creative production. So if you, like what Her Excellency does, I think, beautifully, she didn't think about the outcome, she thought about the beginning, which is very entrepreneurial in a way, that's actually like allowing people to start something.
Thank you so much. Any comment before I offer the microphone to the floor? No? Any question in the audience for our speakers? I see someone on the first row, if there's a microphone here. First floor, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So bringing the topic back to about youth, because it's about youth, right? So I wanted to know about like prospective architects, like who would be from Central Asia or any other region or developing countries who want to be like you guys, right? The ones who are curating museums or developing new districts or creating new things, basically. So what are your, I guess, thoughts on these things that usually are hard for prospective architects or who wants to be architects that are usually from developing regions?
The question is definitely not for me, so that's okay.
I think it's about confidence. If I understood your question, it's about like how you can position yourself as a country. I think about your confidence in terms of your cultural expression, what you have to offer, and how you are part of the global communities. I think that was something like, I think Doha as a city, because Doha, it's led by youth leaders. Look at His Highness Sheikh the Emir Sheikh Tamim. He's in his 40s. Her Excellency, beginning, I don't know, like I cannot say maybe, but she's young as well. If you see Fatma Ramehi, the director of the Doha Film Institute, in her 30s, because the government believed in them, and I'm telling you, it wasn't an easy belief. They are confident enough to sell themselves. We have those ideas. This is my cultural expression, and the government start believing when they see numbers, because you have to understand their language, how they communicate. Because you could go there with a beautiful presentation about your design and your ideas, and some architects with your crazy ideas, but then when you turn those ideas to numbers, how that actually will contribute to all sectors in the government, then they can respond to you, then they can understand you. And I think like what you said beautifully about the language, like how she translates the language. I think language is very important here to understand your audience, how to use indicators that they are using, and then you can build that confidence.
Any of you? Yes, Katerina?
Maybe I add more an architect's answer. I think as a young architect, and it's something that is being forgotten in the new generation, I think, is that you need to have a strong desire that's independent of any client's will. Like, you need to be obsessed with something. You need to have your own kind of drive that's independent of the project that you might get. And then you use these projects as a way to kind of unveil or express this kind of your inner obsessions.
I completely agree. I completely agree. And I think you need to know, you said, you said people in developing countries, but you have to understand that ideas have no home. You can come up with ideas better than anyone else in the world, and you have to believe that. And the confidence, as Ekaterina mentioned, the drive to be almost borderline crazy, and just push and believe in what you do, and understand that mistakes will happen, and you just need to go overcome them. And I think the best people I've met in my life are people who have overcome challenges and had parameters, and I think that's, to me, that's the most the best exercise to create creatives. And I think just keep at it. That's the best advice, I think.
Can I add one last point, because this is a really inspiring and lovely way to kind of round up, which is, I think it's really important and empowering to just recognize that everything around you is imagined, like everything. Like the way in which we trade, the way in which we gather, the way in which we build. Once you understand that someone has designed all of this, and that you recognize that the future, the only certainty in the future is that it's not going to be today, and it's not going to be the past, then that's a really inspiring moment. And then I think there's one other quality, which is to say, the recognition that you don't work in isolation, that through imagining new futures, you kind of sell in good, seductive stories that gather people around ideas and you work together. In that sense, building a network is super, super critical. It's only about, you're only as good as the people around you.
Can I say one thing? It actually inspired me an idea. I saw it, actually I read it somewhere, I cannot remember. Don't fit yourself in a cup. Find the cup that fit you. I don't want to go deep and explain it, but I think you will get it. Like, don't fit yourself with an audience. Find the audience can respond to you and understand your terminology.
I wanted to have another question, but I think it's such a nice way to end up. So those experts are here in the room. If you have any questions further, you can just directly go and speak with them. I thank you, all of you, for being here today. All of you who've been following us here and in live streaming. The program carries on, and this afternoon we still have another half day of the World Conference on Creative Economy. Thank you again for being here, and have a lovely day and inspiring afternoon. Thank you so much.
Our esteemed speakers, we thank you for inspiring us through your art and your hard work. Dear guests, participants, please give us a minute to prepare the stage to the next panel session. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, hurmatli mehmonlar, barchangizdan o'z joylaringizni egallashingizni so'raymiz. The ladies and gentlemen, the participants, listeners, we kindly request you to take your seats, please.
Dear audience, please be seated. Друзья, пожалуйста, займите ваши места. Мы можем начинать панель. Сразу после вашей фотографии. Okay. Okay, before we start, I want to ask who in the audience have ever heard about impact investing? Кто в аудитории слышал про impact инвестирование? Да. Okay, so we have quite a sophisticated audience. More than half of the people heard about impact investing. We can have a professional talk here. So last week, I was signing a charter for a new company that we are registering, and it was prepared in a they used the normal template for the charters, and I hated the fact that in the template. There is this item that says the goal of the company is created only to extract profit as a main goal. And this is very typical for our region. Many people in the post-Soviet countries, they think that business is only about money. So, and I didn't ever feel like that. And I'm in business for 20 years in Central Asia, and I was always fighting with people who were saying, you businessman, you are greedy, you only want money, you're only interested in return of your investment. I always felt there is something else. So I felt really relieved when I learned that impact investing exists, right? So we are talking about the investors who understand that it's not only about money, and there are other things which also matter, because sometimes when you only want to extract profit, you don't care about ecology, you don't care about gender, you don't care that your business is actually making this world worse. Yeah, and so I think impact investing exists for a lot of years, but only lately, people started discussing using impact investing for creative industries, and I think it's an extremely important topic. Maybe for a small audience like we have now, but a strong audience, right? And I would like to give the floor first to Nastya Goncharova, a friend of mine, a researcher, the person who holds, I think, the largest theoretical knowledge in creative economy in Central Asia, and who made a lot of researches, and lately just finished the research on impact investing in creative industries. And she realized that it's first about learning how to measure impact, right? Nastya, the floor is yours. May we have the presentation, please?
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. It's so great to be here, and I'm happy to share some key insights from the study. And also, I see that we have sophisticated audience, but maybe for those who are not familiar with the topic, I would love to offer a brief introduction, so to let you help understand quite a complex topic in a better way. So I would love to start from probably one of the key questions. So do we really need a new approach to assessing creative enterprises? Actually, it could be paraphrased, who and why assessing creative enterprises. And I would say that we're talking about key stakeholders, government, state organizations, and investors. So all these stakeholders who have money. So when we're talking about impact, about some effects that business just cause for different group of peoples and environments, so we always talk about money. So what kind of value these stakeholders see when they look at creative enterprises? So government usually perceive it from the perspective of like ordinary business in Kazakhstan. I'm talking about Kazakhstan at the moment, or as art and culture that usually, traditionally requires subsidies. And investors, unfortunately, at the moment, don't look any value in creative industries. Of course, I'm not talking about exceptional cases. We have enough, but still it's not like a norm. So investors, instead of value, see a number of risk, uncertainty, inability for creative entrepreneurs to scale, to grow and to return investment. So actually these two approaches are not quite inaccurate, and there is a feeling that we are missing something very, very important, something very crucial about creative industries. So what is the real value of creative enterprises? Definitely not only economic value that we mentioned before. For example, government usually try to measure contribution to GDP, so it is important for them to understand the number of jobs and also the amount of taxes. But actually, we see that creative enterprises can create a variety of different social, cultural, educational, environmental, sometimes even therapeutical values. And definitely these values sounds quite intangible. It's not easy to touch, to count, to analyze properly if to compare to economical indicators. But we should understand that economical indicators definitely relevant for creative enterprises, but usually we see that economic value from the perspective of customer demands, of concept of usefulness, and sometimes cultural, social, environmental things cannot fit to this concept. And as soon as we talk about unique values of creative enterprises, and we should understand that each industry, each project is unique, so there can't be absolutely universal approach to everything. So we should remember that actually the impact comes from that effects and changes that creative enterprises, altogether with other enterprises, can cause by their activities. So our discussion is about impact. Impact is something that has a long-term effect, and we definitely should see it and measure it, even if it's intangible or seem intangible. So how to measure that impact? Surprisingly, there are existing metrics and models that help translate qualitative data to quantitative. So qualitative data usually in this context mean that we are working with beneficiaries, with that customers, with people who are running environmental projects. So we are asking them to provide feedback, to provide their opinion, how they are affected, how well, positively or negatively. And there are models that allow translate this into numbers, because numbers are still quite a universal language that is used and well understood by different types of stakeholders. So there is nothing wrong in speaking in numbers, but we should understand that we should digitalize very intangible stuff as well. So if we measure impact properly in creative industries and creative enterprises, then what happens next? So actually, if we measure, we have an evidence, and on this conference we heard a lot about impact, about measurement, about evidence and some proofs. So what is really needed for our key stakeholders, investors and state organizations? We need that data, we need that proofs that there is some effects, not only from economic indicators, but also from social and different other types of impacts. So actually, we should remember that any preferential investment or finance is always conditional. So, and in this respect, creative entrepreneurs can offer values, very well-defined values, and also impact scaling in exchange for specific type of impact. And today we are going to discuss what kind of impact, impact investment. So we call it patient investment because this type of capital it fits the very slow pace of how creative enterprises grow. It's very, very different from venture, and we should understand why it happens this way. So who will measure, or who shall measure that impact? And this is a point where we should raise the crucial importance of intermediaries. In the context of our discussion, we're talking about creative hubs, impact hubs, business incubators, and different development and investment funds, because creative entrepreneurs themselves and investors and state organizations will never do this work properly. But intermediaries, preferably independent and decentralized organization, so they can collect, gather all this expertise, they provide consultancy, education, they help measure, they help do any agreement between different sides, the one who is seeking for financial support and non-financial, which is also very important, and the capital which is available on the market. So what else is crucial for that discussion? In Kazakhstan and Central Asian countries, we are in the very early stage of developing creative industries. So we are just started creating ecosystem. So in this respect, if we try to apply a new approach, how we measure, how we look at creative industries, so why not to do it properly, to do this, to make this creative ecosystem impact driven, so that we can also apply sustainable development goals, that we spread more and more sustainable benefits for wider audiences, our customers, our partners, our employees in creative industries, and also to help our planet. So this may sound quite complicated and very challenging topic, but probably we should begin from something. Unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, there is no any example where organizations or funds or intermediaries would use that methodology and that approach to measure impact of creative industries. But we have quite a good expertise from social and civic projects. So expertise is here in Kazakhstan. It is not applied for creative economy yet, but I know that our experts are open just to share their knowledge and create our own unique perspectives for each industries, for different types of products. So since we've just finished our pilot project and study, so I am encouraging you to use that QR code to download the full report or executive summary. It is available in Russian. Very shortly it will be available in Kazakh, and maybe slightly later will be available in English. So if you are really interested in the topic, please let me know in the end of this panel, so I will be happy to discuss with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nastya. Thank you. I think it's great that the first research has been done. I think it's the great beginning for the conversation about impact investing. And I agree that in most of the cases when companies in our region spend money on culture, creative industries, they consider it as a charity. They don't really expect that the money will ever be paid back. And sometimes it's bad because it doesn't stimulate creators to be efficient. And in Kyrgyzstan, in OLO, we've created a small impact fund, and we were, and it's going quite well. And we were inspired by the example of Laura. So let's go to another part of the world. We truly have world panel today, and I'm happy to introduce Laura Kalanan, who is also a Global Creative Economy Council member, and Laura has a very important and wide experience in impact investing. In fact, even if it was not called this way at that point, among other positions, Laura was a senior deputy chairman of the National Endowment for the Arts in the United States. It's a huge endowment fund which is, supporting artists and creators in the U.S. Also, she was an associate director at the Rockefeller Foundation. And now Laura is the creator, is the founder of Upstart Collab, the first accelerator maybe in the world, which is trying to bring impact investing in creative industries. And it's quite a big fund, $15 million. Not maybe not very big money for US, but definitely huge money for our region. So Laura, could you please speak about the lessons learned on your journey?
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. So Upstart Collab works at this intersection of impact investing and the creative economy. So we're always in translation. We're explaining to creatives what the opportunity is that impact investing represents. We're explaining to impact investors the opportunity that the creative economy represents to make money and to do good. So we spend a lot of time on definitions, and one of the first things that we found to be important was to define the creative economy in terms that investors can recognize. As Danyar said, a lot of people think of art and culture, they think of ballerinas and opera singers, they think of paintings and sculpture, and they don't understand what the investment opportunity is, much less the impact investment opportunity. So using a taxonomy that's familiar to investors and business leaders, we identified the industries that represent the creative economy of the United States, 145 industries, and we organized them the way you see on this slide, in the first 4 categories emphasizing business and enterprise as an investment asset class, and in the bottom category emphasizing real estate as an investment asset class. So when I talk to impact investors, I'm usually showing them this slide. When I'm talking to leaders in the creative space, I'm usually talking about this slide. I'm providing them with a definition of what is impact investing. And as Danyar started to say, it's not a gift, it's not a grant, it's not funding from government that you never pay back. It's a proper investment. So you need to use it to undertake some revenue generating activity so that you will make more money from the money that your investor gives you, so you can pay your investor back, pay yourselves, and continue to grow. In addition to making money, impact investors want to see you doing good things for the workers, for the community, and for the environment. And that's what impact investing is all about. So I'd like to share with you a few lessons that we've learned at my organization over the last 10 years. As Danyar said, we've launched the first impact investing strategy for the US creative economy. The funding comes from philanthropic foundations and wealthy individuals and an art museum's endowment. We're very excited about this. We hope we will be able to raise more money, and we've already started to make investments. So we've been at this for about 10 years, and we've learned a few things. And hopefully, if I tell you what we learned, it will make your life a lot easier as you go out and try to do things in Central Asia, right? So first lesson. You're building a new space. It's not as if there are impact investors lined up asking for opportunities to invest in the creative economy. So it's not so simple as matching an investor with an investment opportunity. You have to build the ecosystem. You have to undertake research that will make the case and explain to people what this opportunity looks like. You have to build a coalition of people who see what you see, who are curious and committed to the potential for impact investing in the creative economy. And in that coalition, you don't just need creatives and artists and art lovers. You absolutely need impact investors, those who already know and respect culture and creativity, and those who may not be that particularly interested in arts and design and culture and heritage and creativity, but just want to do great impact investments. Once you've been able to set up that research basis and convince people about what's possible, both through research and hopefully through some pilot projects or prototypes, and once you've built that network and set of relationships of people who can learn together and do this together, then you need to start to make the capital move. And that has to be really the focus. Having nice conversations, having conferences, debating the merits of what is impact, that's not actually going to make a difference. So I would really recommend you stay focused on mobilizing capital. Now, these 3
points are on this slide, 1, 2, 3, make it look like it's a very linear process. You start with the first step, you take the second step, and then you move to the third step. Frankly, it's not linear. You will be doing a little bit of all three of these steps all along until you're at a point where you've built an understanding in the community about impact investing in the creative economy, and you can prioritize mobilizing capital. The second lesson that we've learned, and this will feel very counterintuitive, I got this as advice from a colleague who was more experienced when I was beginning. I did not believe it. I have become an absolute believer. You think that the first thing you need to do is go out and get the capital. I'm going to suggest to you politely that it's not. The first thing you need to do is go out and identify the types of opportunities that you think represent impact investing in your creative economy, wherever you're located. You need to build your deal pipeline. You need very specific examples of companies that are looking to raise capital that can deliver financial returns and deliver impact to their investors. And you need to, they need to be in the creative industries, and all those pieces need to be in place. We've built a pipeline of about 300 of these opportunities, okay? And we did that over the last 6 or 7 years. It's very important because once you are successful in raising the money, you need to put it to work right away. The other thing is having this pipeline of examples will allow you to be much more persuasive to potential investors, because they'll say, well, I really like fashion. Do you have any examples in fashion? Or I want to invest in Kyrgyzstan but not Kazakhstan. Do you have any opportunities in my region of interest? Or I want to invest in opportunities that are led by women and benefit women and girls. That's the kind of impact I care about. Do you have opportunities that fit my impact priorities? Once you've built a pipeline, you will learn a lot about what's possible. You will have these examples, and you'll also understand the kind of capital that these investments really need. Equity versus debt, long versus short, how patient it needs to be, right? That's all going to be really important. This is what our deal pipeline looks like on a summary level. We've looked at both companies and funds, and we've assessed them across all of our creative economy categories. And because for us, part of the impact we're driving for is who is running these companies and running these funds. We also look at where people of color and women are in charge, and we also have been tracking where artists and designers are in charge, because obviously a lot of our investors care about creative people. So it's taken us 6 or 7 years to get here. With our new inclusive creative economy strategy, we're going to make 8 to 10 investments, but we know about more than 300, and so we have a robust list of opportunities from which to select. And then the last suggestion is you need to make the impact visible using terms and concepts that impact investors are already familiar with. It's very hard to start from scratch and introduce a whole new set of concepts and terms and suggest that there's a different way that the creative economy needs to be reviewed by investors, as opposed to when they make investments connected to health or connected to the education or connected to climate change. They don't want to have to rethink their impact metrics. These are the impact metrics that we use at Upstart to assess our portfolio. And the first 3 categories are around concepts that most impact investors care about. They care about who's getting access to capital, especially women and people of color from a US perspective. They care about jobs and workforce opportunities to put people to work and treat those workers well and pay them properly. And they care about how communities are strengthened and supported. So these are things that all impact investors pretty much seem to care about, whether or not they care about the arts. And we actually have 2 foundations who've invested with us who have nothing to do with arts and culture. They've invested with us specifically because of alignment around these first 3 impact goals. The bottom 2 reflect Upstart's priority on the creative economy. We think that that's important too. But for the most part, showing how the creative economy fits into what impact investors already expect in terms of how to structure the investment, the types of returns to expect, and the types of impact to expect will really expedite the process of bringing the creative economy front and center in the impact investing conversation.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you for this practical example, I think, and it's always great that we speak of something of research, but we also know that we have great real examples of investments into this type of companies. Now, let's return to our region, and I invite Indira Uzbekova from Kyrgyzstan, who is the regional funds manager and the chief finance officer for Accelerate Prosperity. Yeah.
Thank you.
For Accelerate Prosperity, that is the first impact investment fund that is really working in this area. And India is covering 4 countries currently. And good news for Uzbekistan, next year Uzbekistan will be added, right? But currently it's Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. So it's Central and Southern Asia. Please, Indira, could you share your experience in impact investing in our region?
Thank you very much, Daniel, for the introduction. So Accelerate Prosperity is the business accelerator, which is also doing the impact investments in the region. And we're the initiative of Aga Khan Development Network that is working in areas of the culture, business, and also the economic development. And we have 2 founders. One is like a more non-profit development sector, and the one is on the side of the private equity investments, which is purely commercial wing of the Aga Khan Development Network. And we were thinking how we can do something not in the private equity sector, but also not purely in the development sector. So then Accelerate Prosperity came up like a quasi non-commercial organization or quasi-commercial organization, which is doing business acceleration as a development of work and enterprise, and the investment side as commercial activities. Where we work, as you heard, we were working mainly in the 4 countries, but we have a virtual Accelerate platform that we are developing together with an IT startup from Kyrgyzstan, and we're planning to expand it from the next year to the different countries. And the first pilots we did is in Portugal. We are planning to go to Kenya this year, and next year we're planning to come to Uzbekistan. So when we are talking about the creative industries, I think in these countries it's very difficult to think that there are possibilities for the impact investment in these countries, but we did. And we did, I think, one of the first in Kyrgyzstan back in 2018, creating the spaces. And now, thanks to this pilot and the good traction model of the business model, we are planning to expand it into other countries like Tajikistan. We have 4 co-working spaces. We are planning to do it like in each district of Afghanistan, co-working spaces for the young people to pilot and test their hypotheses, try to build the venture studio model there where the young people can come and test their ideas together with us and together with our support. And we are looking for some opportunities for artisans to come and test their business models together with us and try to build the creative and innovative solutions that can promote the local communities to help develop new working opportunities for the young people, not to immigrate for the low qualified jobs, but stay in their countries and make impact in their countries. So while talking about this stance, I think it's very difficult to see, is there any really possibility to find some good opportunities, I mean, in terms of the business? And from what I'm seeing from our portfolio, it's very challenging, I would say, to do the creative industries and promote the creative industries business models, but it is doable. And I think the Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan is a good examples. There are a lot of opportunities in Pakistan for women entrepreneurship, for the youth entrepreneurship in the creative industries, or so-called orange economy, where the jobs in orange economy are developed. So initially we were working mostly with the green economy economy, IT sector, and we can now see the opportunities coming in the creative industries from the pilots that we did in Kyrgyzstan. And it's also one of the challenges that we are looking in this stance are that when you can shake and shape the new industries or new sectors with the impact investments you are coming with. So when we are saying like in Kyrgyzstan, there are a lot of fashion designers, and I asked the girls, can you do some challenges in the textile sector, which is growing fast, but not growing in a way that they're good quality products to go worldwide. And they came out with the idea of the fashion acceleration. And next year we are planning to do like a fashion acceleration for the fashion designers who are willing to go and scale up to the next level and also we will provide for them the investments. So these are like a few examples, I think, how we are working with the creative industries in this stance where it might be might be challenging, but it's doable. These are the core services that we are providing in our daily operations, like incubation, acceleration program, and financing. And I understand that there are different levels of the businesses who are coming up, and we have a risk appetite to take the risk and where the people or the startups can fail, because incubation mostly covers the startups who are coming on the ideation stage. There are different stages of the startups when they are coming to our programs and or coming to our services. So we are looking for how we can impact those startups with our support and how we can help them to grow to the next level. So incubation gives the startups on the ideation stage, and we can give a small amount of money to test their hypothesis. If they fail, they fail. If they're not, then it's great. We can get to go with them to the next level. Next level is the acceleration program, where we're helping them to actually, with a proven business model, to scale it up, go to the next, to other markets, or scale up their production, or help them to rebuild or redesign their products, and help them to grow their revenue streams. And this all incubation and accelerations goes together with the financing. So we are working in a very patient finance. There was a definitions of the impact investment, and we're always trying to work in a patient way, especially with women and youth, where we see that in these stun regions, women and youth are most vulnerable because they have less access to the financing, they have less opportunities in the business promotion and business launching, and they have less opportunities for getting the traditional financial services. And that's why when we were promoting Accelerator, what was our main mission is the promotion of entrepreneurship among youth and women. And we are trying to do it in a more innovative and creative way. We are not trying to do the jobs of the financial institutions that they are already working in the markets, like microfinance institutions or commercial banks. We are trying to tap into the market where there is a gap. There is a gap in the financing, there is a gap in the knowledge building, there is a gap in helping the young and women entrepreneurs to start their businesses. And with this support, we are trying to help them to do more impactful and innovative and creative way of doing businesses in their regions. So this is our year-to-date dashboard that we are constantly observing. We have a live dashboard that changes every day, and this is what kind of a impact targets we are looking for, or impact that we are seeking from our daily activities, like incubation acceleration program. Year to date, we have invested around $12 million across all these 4 countries, but we are planning to, in coming 5 years, we are planning to increase it to 60,000, which is already 60 million, which is already secured from the different funds, which are providing it us for free to test and pilot how we can be more creative and innovative in our impact investments. This is also achievements year to date, where we are providing our services in which sectors, in which countries, and our shares in that. So when we are looking into the impact financing, as I told, we are making a lot of attention into the women participation and women promotion of women entrepreneurs in these regions. And these are the it's a very small charts, but this generally shows how we are tracking our gender participation in our activities and operations, and how we invest gender. And we are aiming to increase it 50-50. Currently, it's if you look for overall portfolio, it's around 30%, but we are aiming to increase it by within the next 5 years to 50%, or even more if possible in these 10 countries, which is very, very challenging, I would say. These are our creative media production, what we have, where we are talking about our services and how our impact story is being developed in all different countries. I hope you enjoyed the presentation about the story, how AP is working in the impact investment area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, after we've enjoyed Indira's presentation, let's move to the motherland of creative industries and all this agenda of creative economy, the Great Britain. And Andy Pratt, he's not only famous for being the person who was changing the educational system in the United Kingdom to turning it to creative industries, culture and creative management in King's College London, and now in City University of London. But also he is a chair of creative economy in UNESCO. And in our region, Andy Pratt is mostly famous for his first mapping of creative industries that he did in Kazakhstan in 2018. And that was the first mapping ever done in Central Asia. So Andy, could you please also elaborate on what creative entrepreneurs should do to convince to convince funds for the impact investing?
Hi, thanks very much. What I want to stress really is the issue about what you are investing in, what is being invested in. And I think to address the issue of a misunderstanding or a lack of understanding sometimes of the creative economy. And that's why I'm stressing here that from simple impact investment to one that is insightful and knowledgeable. I think our presenters already have highlighted this point. And I think some points I just want to stress overall as a headline here is that, there's a relationship between risk and knowledge. Yeah? The more knowledge you have, the lower the risk. Okay, so you understand the particular risk profile of the creative economy, then things are more positive. I think the other dimension is the contrast between investment in individuals and investment in ecosystems. And I think what I want to stress is the particular value of spreading risk across an ecosystem, which is an important strategy. And I guess the other point that has already been mentioned several times about the issue of the multiple value systems, not just the economic value return on that system, but also the cultural value, and getting the balance between those two different forms of value system is important. So I guess just very quickly, I just want to stress that as with many things in the culture and creative sector, as they engage with the realm of economy, is that they need to be adapted to the creative sector, not using generic skills. And the important points here are that there's this multiple value system of economic value and cultural value, both important in various ways. I guess the second issue is about time scale. We've heard about patient investment, but actually addressing the issue of how long things take to mature is really important, and being realistic about that, rather than simply adopting established systems of maybe 1 year or 2 years. recognizing the length of term of investment, and how to make things sustainable rather than necessarily withdrawing investment at the last moment. And the other is about culture and development. And I guess there's an issue here in terms of whether we're involved in developing the economy, and when we're talking about impact investment, we're talking about these impacts against the fundamental value of the cultural and creative sector. And I think this tension between the added value of culture, beyond culture, as well as the intrinsic value of culture is an important one to get the value on, and to understand what is causing which. Yeah? Is it the culture that comes first that then leads to the development, or is it development that culture is assisting? And I think that can be different in various cases, and we need to interrogate that in each time. I think we need to recognize that there are different sets of stakeholder interests, and depending on who you are talking to, who you're trying to encourage, there's a different narrative here. Clearly, investors need to focus on a particular risk and return structure here, but I guess the point here that this needs to be inflected by the economic and cultural values. There are lots of attempts to bring in some things such as environmental, social and governance issues as a way of added value to the cultural sector, but these tend to be very generic. Again, I would point to the need to develop specific areas of impact that the cultural sector can add. In terms of businesses, what can they add? I mean, there are different dimensions of businesses and the business model that we can think about impacting on, whether it's being audience and consumers, whether it be about governance, or whether it be about representation of these areas. And of course, there are communities as well. Community, one of the key areas of the cultural sector is that we recognize that it's not just about the cultural product itself, but it's the way that it draws in and includes a wider community and is dependent upon a wider community. So bringing in those wider audiences are a crucial part of this, this story. And the problem with existing measures, just to remind us, is that the metrics don't really exist to allow us to do this job. We're having to use rather narrow economic definitions, when of course what we're pointing to is that the cultural sector covers a wider economic field and also a cultural field, and sometimes you're literally cutting out the added value because it can't be counted. And therefore we need to find ways to draw that in. I think the other issue is that inevitably impact assessment is focusing on output values, when in fact what drives the cultural sector is the system. So the intermediaries of the system, as Gala mentioned before, are tremendously important. We need to understand and measure and incorporate those different dimensions rather than simply having output measures, as I mentioned before, not just on individual firms but on systems. And because all of these rather narrow perspectives tend to ignore the wider social and environmental benefits that the cultural sector can offer, the longer term benefits, and also the importance of building and maintaining systems and ecosystems of cultural production, which in the end are the most valuable and resilient and sustainable element of the system, rather than producing the one-hit wonder. What you want is a system that produces hit after hit after hit. That's what is sustainable in this system. And I guess it's just a reminder, we already mentioned, you mentioned about different stages of the cultural sector in terms of their support at the ideation phase, for example. So the creation phase is only one part of the cultural system that needs support. Then there's the manufacture or the making stage. There is the reproduction stage of making more and making increasing scale. There is also the exchange scale. And then there is the archive driving an education scale which leads into further creation. And invariably, the history of investment in the cultural sector has been investment in only one part of this system, rather than recognizing that it's a co-dependent area. And again, that's something that I think is a reminder of the challenge of convincing people about the complexities of the cultural system and how we invest in it. And I think the most important point is the fact that the organization of the cultural field is not the same as most other industries. I mean, there are factors that there are the platform economies and then lots of micro enterprises and self-employed people. There's a lack of intermediation, the middle ground between those. And sometimes it's just fixing that linkage between those two that's an important part of the process of system building. But the operation of project-based companies and also the peculiar networks and business models in the cultural sector, which are what we refer to as winner-takes-all systems, thereby there are a few winners and lots of losers. You have to develop a business model that is sustainable, that will allow you to continue this longer term of investment. And this very rapid turnover and innovation process that is crucial for the cultural sector. So I think these understanding the peculiarities of how the cultural sector operates is a key part to be able to target investment to the area so that the investors are understanding what they're investing in rather than seeing this aberrant area of economic activity, the cultural activity. We know that it can offer huge benefits. So we have to educate the stakeholders to commission demonstration mapping, for example, to understand how they are, but also the things that I've talked about in terms of risk profiles, to understand the particular risk profile of the different industries in the cultural sector, supporting systems, not picking winners in that, and choose metrics that are appropriate to the sector, not just generic ones, okay? And basically focusing on processes and not systems. So they will be the challenges that I think we are constantly facing, is that we need to know the sector and understand how it operates and choose appropriate measures to support it.
Thank you, Andy. And I have to bring my apologies to the audience because we've run out of time and we don't have time for questions. But I think we've had a great mixture of presentations from different parts of the world, and we learned that bad news, we don't know how to measure impact investing yet, but we've started this conversation. Good news, we have some impact investing funds already existing in Central Asia. Bad news, they're not investing too much into creative industries and they're only learning. Good news, we have great example in the United States where the first accelerator is trying to bring impact investing into creative industries. Good news, our colleagues in Great Britain also have a lot of questions in the process, right? It's not, Andy, I think, asked more questions than answered to those questions. So unlike in many other areas of economic activities, I think here in the Global South, we're not hundreds or tens of years behind, right? And it definitely shows the potential of creative industries for Global South, first of all, I think, because this is the area where we can compete. This is the area where we can use the fact that we have much younger population in general. This is the area where we can reinvent new models rather than learning best practices and utilizing them here. And of course, we know that many best practices from the Global North just don't work in the Global South. So it's a great opportunity, and although impact investing is a very fresh topic, but I think even in this topic we see there's an abundance of opportunities for all of us, and that's what World Creative Economy Conference is about, right? Thank you very much. It was a great panel. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Miss Nastya, Miss Indira, Miss Laura, Mr. and then Mr. Dania, thank you for detailed discussion and giving the full understanding of the topic. Thank you. shu'ba muhokamasiga taklif qilib qolamiz. Muhokama mavzusi hamjihatlik makonlari. Buxoro Biennalesini vujudga keltirish. Muhokama moderatori Diana Campbell, kuratori, yozuvchi. Buxoro Biennalesi badiiy rahbari. Samdani san'at jamg'armasi badiiy rahbari. Dhaka san'at sammiti bosh kuratori. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all to the last panel session. And the topic is Spaces for Togetherness, Crafting the Bukhara Biennale. Please welcome the speakers, Leila Gohar, artist, Ahmad Angavi, multidisciplinary creative, associate director, Al Mahmad Foundation and the founder of the Zavia 97. Subodh Gupta, contemporary artist, and Gulnoza Irgasheva, filmmaker, researcher, and the moderator Diana Campbell, curator, writer, artistic director, Bukhara Biennale, artistic director, Samdani Art Foundation, chief curator, Daha Art Summit. Please welcome with a round of applause.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for joining us today. And if I can call my fellow speakers up to this beautiful carpet stage, that would be great, and we can start our next 40 minutes with you. Sit in front of your face. Great. So we're here today to talk about an exciting new project that we're working on that will launch about a year from now in Bukhara, which is the inaugural Bukhara Biennial. And I have to thank everyone at ACDF and everyone here working on the WCCE conference for inviting us into this beautiful project and for the support to get to know Uzbekistan and Central Asia better. First slide. Great. So when I was invited to think about the first Bukhara Biennial, I work on a lot of different sorts of biennial projects around the world. And the word biennial actually just means every 2 years. You can kind of imagine what you want to put into those every 2 years, but it's a convening of people and art and culture that comes together every 2 years. And a lot of my practice is trying to remap how we look at the world. Often people want us to look at the world in terms of regional maps, but usually other powers drew those maps and we might not have decided that we wanted to be part of those groupings. An interesting way to look at the world that I had been thinking about working in Bangladesh, being from an island called Guam, which is in the Pacific, and also having ties to Brazil, was looking at rice cultures. So if you look at rice, half the world eats rice, half the world eats wheat. And rice cultures would be a way that you could actually connect India, Brazil, West Africa. It's a very interesting form of connecting people. And when I came to Uzbekistan, I was in wonder when I saw plov, the national dish of Uzbekistan, which is this magnificent rice dish. There's a photo of it behind us. And we just came from the Central Asian Plov Center. But there's so many mythologies about this rice dish. And one of them is that Ibn Sina, who in the West is known as Avicenna and recognized as one of the fathers of modern medicine. He's actually from Bukhara, or near Bukhara. And one of the many myths about this dish is that Ibn Sina invented it as the recipe to cure the broken heart of a prince who couldn't marry the daughter of a craftsperson. And for me, everything I want to look at in this biennial was found in that one sentence. One was that a person used their creative abilities to create something to heal someone else, which is something that I think art can really do. Two was this idea, there's problems with that sentence. Like, why didn't the woman get to eat plov? What about her broken heart? And why was she just reduced to the profession of her father? There's a lot of heartbreak that exists in many different forms in the world. And something that's amazing about Bukhara is that craft traditions still exist and are very much alive. So how to bring craft into a biennial in a way that it's not just the daughter of the craftsman, but that the crafts people have a name just like Ibn Sina did. How can everyone be an author in this story of building spaces for togetherness? The other beautiful thing about this project, as I try to get up the next slides, is that all of the sites are heritage sites of Bukhara. And something I found out in my research is that the word for restaurant actually comes from the French word to restore. So the first restaurant existed in France in the 1700s, or the first restaurant called a restaurant, and it served bouillon to restore the health of people who came in there. It was a process of restoring, just like the plov was a process of restoring a broken heart. Our biennial is also a process of restoring beautiful buildings in Bukhara that have been under disrepair. So part of the process is actually restoring the buildings for the exhibition, but also to bring it to life for people of Bukhara long past the exhibition. So this is a beautiful image of one of our sites, which is a caravanserai. And we have an artist here, Nomin, from Mongolia, who's looking into a well where, camels and donkeys and other animals traveling on the Silk Road would have been in the past. And Bukhara is a place that has been destroyed and rebuilt so many times. So there's so many layers of restoration that go into this ancient city that is very much still contemporary. Here's another one of our sites, and it's a former mosque site. And here you see Nomin walking there. And actually you'll be able to see the restoration process of the mosque as it's also a usable site for the biennial. Here's another image of one of the public squares that you see in Bukhara. And it's been wonderful to have artists from all over the world. So here on stage with me, I have 4 of the creative people who will be thinking alongside of me, but we have artists from Mongolia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, India, Brazil, Colombia, America, Lithuania, Kazakhstan. It's a very beautiful, just as rice doesn't know one region, we're trying to really look at this idea of how we make spaces for togetherness and how we create spaces where we can collectively heal across cultures. So with that, I'm going to kind of go through some of the thematics of the show by talking to some of the artists that inspired this thinking. And there's no one better to start with than one of our emerging Uzbek artists, who is Gulnoga Igarsheva. Gulnoza and I got to know each other in Venice, where she is currently presenting work within the Uzbek National Pavilion. And one of the works I saw of hers, which is called My Childhood Photo on a Wall, she'll tell you a bit more about it, but it shows her participatory approach to filmmaking. So she's not this kind of singular author shooting, she's working with other people around her, also in the decision-making process as she makes her films. So Gulnoza, if you can tell us a bit about this work. And this work also, this particular work relates to kind of a romantic heartbreak, but we're looking at heartbreak and healing in many, many different ways in the show. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Is it better now? My name is Gulnoza Irgasheva, and I'm a filmmaker and a researcher from Uzbekistan. I will talk about my film, which is called My Childhood Photo on the Wall. The film was created during the laboratory by Atelier Varan, and during this period, me and my partner, we decided to film ourselves during our preparation for our engagement. However, during the process, we had some issues, and we were going to break up, and actually we did. So the film itself is reflecting on our vulnerabilities, maybe within a relationship and beyond, and also sharing some intimate stories with the audience. But now all is good. So no issues now, but the main aspect of the filmmaking process for me, as Diana said, is a participatory approach. During this filmmaking as well, I didn't want to have hierarchical structure, because for me, sometimes when you have a camera, it means you have a power. And we decided to work together with my partner, so we both filmed each other and ourselves. And also a decision-making process also was horizontal, so from the script to editing process to the distribution process, we decided all aspects together. And I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very excited to be a part of the biennial team, and I'm looking forward to it. Yes, thank you.
And some other things that are interesting is that actually all the works for the biennial are going to be new. It's kind of a curatorial process, working also with a wonderful team, both of Uzbek and international collaborators, to respond to Bukhara and also to respond to the various kind of heartbreaks we're feeling in the world today. When I started with Plov, the title of this show is Recipes for Broken Hearts, and recipes are also ways that, we can connect to people through time, right? I can connect to my grandmother who's no longer with us through certain recipes. I can connect to her migration stories that way. And food is a really interesting, it's also a sort of art. So we're also going to be highlighting culinary arts. And it's also interesting when you think about making art or cooking or also healing. Time is a very important element within that. And next, I'm really happy to introduce another artist in our show who is Leila Gohar, who uses food a lot as her medium. And I saw one of Leila's works in the Antwerp Fashion Museum about a year ago, and it was this is an image of the work in process, but how food was also marking a particular time in her life and how she was sharing that with others. So, Leila, if you can tell us a bit about your work, that would be great.
Now? Yes. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you for having me. It's my first time here in Uzbekistan, and I'm so happy and honored to be here. So as Diana was mentioning, my work deals a lot with food. I use food as a tool for connection in spaces that I think critically about in terms of joy and celebration, and sort of using food as an icebreaker in those scenarios. This particular work was at the Fashion Museum in Antwerp. It is like a duvet sort of that I made out of different types of bread that were sewn together. The show itself was featuring the works of Louise Bourgeois and other artists, and it was, focusing on mending and the power of transmitting emotion through garments and clothing. So this was the piece that I made. It was also around the time that my son was born. And so I made a sort of child-sized bed, and for me it was a metaphor of motherhood, but also my relationship with bread, which is sort of all I wanted to eat in those early days of pregnancy when I was feeling sick. So yeah, that is that. But my work varies a lot. I enjoy working with a lot of in different ways. This is another project that I did that focused on the tomato. And what you see here is tomatoes in a lot of different forms. So preserved, dried, hung in this traditional method, which preserves them throughout the course of the season. And there was many other forms of preservation which you don't see in this image. And then sometimes I also work on more design-centric projects, and this next slide is a collaboration I did with the Belgian design duo Muller van Severen. And this is a table, that's sort of a grazing table that we use different elevations to have a lot of different food at the same time while leaving the bottom, the white part of the table empty for people to be able to convene and share the food that you see above.
Thank you, Leila. And I think what's also very beautiful here is kind of this taking an everyday object such as a table and elevating it into something else, or something that we don't look at so closely, like the tomato, which is ubiquitous, but to present it in a different way. It's interesting you also talk about tomatoes. We launched this project in Korea with a dinner to kind of bring the project into the world. And what one might ask, why Korea? But for us, it made sense because there's a large Korean migrant community in Central Asia that still very much has their food culture. And it's a heartbreak story, but also one of healing and joy that we want to bring into the show. And the cook or the chef that was working on this project with us from Uzbekistan was complaining in Korea that the dishes he made would never taste the same because he couldn't import his tomatoes from Uzbekistan. And so we're also going to be working with a chef that's literally looking at local ingredients and how do we taste something from the soil from which it comes from. Another artist working with us on this biennial is Subodh Gupta, and Subodh is an artist from India, but who also looks at migratory histories of food, also how pots travel, how recipes travel, how things come together as people find each other in different migrant communities all over the world. And this is actually Subodh's second trip to Uzbekistan as part of this project. And Subodh, if you can tell us a bit about how cooking comes into your work and yeah, your thoughts as someone from India and a place closely tied to Uzbekistan.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, my colleagues, to be here. I'm very happy to be here. I'm an artist from India, like Diana said, and I work with the food as well. But I'm trained as a painter, and I did 15 years just painting, nothing else. And after 15 years, I started making a sculpture. And while I was making a sculpture, my work contained most of the time my childhood memory and day-to-day object, everyday objects. So while I was doing these works, I always interested in cooking. So I invite my friends home and cook for them. And while I was working with the utensils, I realized that they connect together very well. Why not I do food as a piece of my artwork too? And that's how I entered in the cooking food as a performance piece. And also, as an artist, most of the time, when you exhibit your artworks and even you put your sculpture, you do the exhibition and then you're gone. And you don't know most of the time how the art lover or the audience reacting with your piece of artworks. But making the installation, doing the performance within that space, you spend good amount of time with the people who also looking your sculpture and part of the performance too. So in that way, you spend good amount of time with them. And I realized this is the best moment of my life as an artist when I am with the people who love art and be part of my food performance. So here again is a great opportunity for me to be part of the Bukhara Biennale, because it's somehow the food performance coming more and more intense in my practice these days. And also relationship of the food, like I think food travel before we travel. So for great example, I give you, in India, one of the street food is very famous street food called chow mein. Everybody eats chow mein. But the people who really eating the chow mein in the street, they don't have money to travel even another city. So imagine they've never been China. But what I'm trying to say, how the food influence and the country, the traveling, and our old historical connection with the Silk Route and the spice route. And I was looking at today, what is the difference between Silk Route and a spice route? The Silk Route came via the road and a spice route come via sea. And that's why but there's not much difference in between. And our connection to India, to Uzbekistan, we have the same road, we have the same route. So again, in this DNA, in this century, after how many BC or DC happened, those story, but today we are together, again doing something what we all love to day-to-day life, and I enjoy it. So I'm very excited for it. Thank you very much, Diana.
Thank you, Subodh. And I think Subodh touched on something really important. So, you know, the word biennial or biennale, it's kind of a foreign word to everyday life, but food is not, obviously. And so we're trying to make a show that really feels tied to everyday life, but also a place where, you know, strangers can become friends, you can build connections, and it's really about, yeah, elevating these feelings of daily life. And some people say that, like, you know, the closest way to someone's heart is through their stomach or through their mouth. And we loved also in the research process of looking at the biennial, inspired by plov, that the word for stomach in Uzbek is oshkazan. So just also seeing how these cultural references are also tied to anatomical references. And also looking again at healing, both from a personal perspective, a societal perspective, but also when it comes to craft. And so I wanted to pass the mic now to Ahmad Angawi, who's visiting us from Saudi Arabia. And I think this is also your second visit to Uzbekistan. In addition to his own practice of being working with design and craft and art, Ahmad has also started an artist-led initiative called Zawiya 97, so also trying to support other craftspeople and artisans to transmit types of making that are, you know, risking erasure. And erasure is a big part of heartbreak as well. And in this show, we're really trying to look at knowledge that's both like a intellectual knowledge, a spiritual knowledge, but also a hand knowledge that comes into making art and making crafts. So Ahmad, if you could please share a bit about your own work, but also about your initiative, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. And it's always great to be back to Uzbekistan. Really, it's such a beautiful, rich culture that every time I come here, I get to learn something new and to see the beautiful commonality between our culture and Uzbekistan. And it's a pleasure to be invited in the Binali. In my work that I do, I'm very interested in craft as a general sense, craft as an ideology as well, craft as a thinking as a craft as well. So we live in a time that, of course, with the digital age, we want to celebrate digital craftsmanship and handcraftsmanship. And I believe in balance, which is a very important word that expresses a lot of my work. I found myself intrigued by those beautiful screens and woodwork that is very much felt in my city. I originally come from Mecca, which has always been a cultural accumulation between the different parts of the world. And we live in Jeddah, the old historical part, where the studio and the Zawiya 97 as an incubation there. So I found myself intrigued by those screens, which is really symbolizing the idea of light coming through the houses and natural air in the space. So in this particular work that you see right now, that was a beautiful story, a beautiful relationship between the screens, but I happened to have a beehive that came around behind the screen, and I was very intrigued to see this beehive being built. So I got a camera and just recorded the build-up at the stages of the beehive and how naturally each bee developed this kind of beautiful hexagonal shape in a free-form surface. If you look at the architecture, for example, Zaha Hadid architecture was a free-form surface, but they applied geometry on top of it. And I noticed how the bees does that naturally. And then I was very intrigued to see within our traditional pattern, what is something that can tessellate. And a lot of the work that we do with woodwork particularly, we call it ashiq ma'shuq, which is love and beloved, which is two different wood parts coming together without the use of nail or glue. So I did this piece and the different variations of it that really expressed that kind of beautiful unit, which I call the unity by repetition, that you keep repeating each unit until you have a beautiful fabric. And this is also a side of innovation that I found, and I love working with wood, such as a living material. And in this particular image as well, I installed this piece in the old historical part of Jeddah, and it's a common grid. As you know, the square grid is a common grid between all cultures. It's like traditional pixels. Each one of us developed their own pattern or word on it. And I let the canvas for the people, whenever they come along, that they can relate to this piece. So I found out every day there's a beautiful artwork or beautiful statement or a piece in this wall that people can actually move and develop their own pattern. So each month we celebrated a culture. So what we did in our incubation, we celebrated, for example, the Mexican culture, and we developed a pattern within the screen. And we built also, talking about food, as you know, food always brings people together. It's such a beautiful element that you can bring people. So we did a community kitchen we invited the community to come and develop food with us as well. So it's been a celebration between cultures. So Zawiya, sits in the old part of the city. It's the city of Jeddah. It's a UNESCO heritage site. And the importance of creativity and artists and artisans to be in that location and to engage with the community is a very important factor to revive it. So we promote studios, workshops, talks, and to work with the designers and craftsmen to develop contemporary object, but yet done in a traditional technique. I teach geometry as well. So as a source, as you know, geometry is such a universal language. In every culture they use it. So each culture developed their own metaphor or symbolism behind it. But in essence, this is the language that you see in creation, from the unfolding of the flower to the universe to our own atoms. There's this beautiful order of language that I like to celebrate in the work. I'm looking forward in the Biennale to create something that shows the commonality between our culture from Mecca and all the way to Bukhara. There's a lot of beautiful connection already there. And it's will be a great pleasure to be in the Biennale, and thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmad. I also want to leave room for questions if anyone from the audience has questions. But as you can see, you're here in a process talk because we're here kind of processing a show that we can't wait to share with you, opening September 5th, 2025 and running until November 20th, 2025. In addition to artists, we also have this invisible layer of academic advisors who are working with us as well. So we have one academic advisor named James Pickett in the US, and he was telling us that Bukhara had more madrasas than Ottoman Istanbul did in the 19th century. So basically it was kind of like an expanded college town, and people from all over the world were going there trying to look for higher forms of knowledge. And there's another one of our academic advisors named Aziza, I'm sure I'm going to mispronounce her name, Sharadenova, at Columbia University, who is looking at female Sufi traditions, specifically in Bukhara, but also female endowments for madrasas. And every time I get heartbroken, I'm always asked, like, what did I learn from that? And so learning and education is also going to be a big part of this biennial. So we want to transform one of the madrasas into a school where we can learn and address various forms of heartbreak. And I think also in this title, or in this, the point of the show is like, we don't want anyone to get stuck in their heartbrokenness. It's something about what do we do about it? How does art play into this? And how do we reach a higher spiritual state through art and collaboration? And maybe before I turn it over to you, I'd love to ask you, Gulnoza, like, what's it like being a young artist in Uzbekistan today? Because we're here as guests inside your context. I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
Well, it's interesting journey, I think, and also now, like, there are so many opportunities are opening, like, for us. For example, I was part of the Biennale, Venice Biennale of Art this year, and there was a collective from, like, young female artists, and it was such an honor for us to participate in this. And I think it's very good thing to be an artist in Uzbekistan and in Central Asia, and it's interesting, but it has some challenges, of course. Yes.
Like anywhere, but we're also very happy to use this opportunity to come learn more about what you guys are doing here in Uzbekistan. And I think I missed this point in talking about the biennial, which is that all the artworks in the show will be collaborative with Uzbek artists and artisans. So, and then the Uzbek artists and artisans will also be named, so they won't be kind of anonymous makers. Like, something that drives me crazy is like when a painter, like, for example, I'm good friends with a painter in New York who is, specializes in miniature. Her name is Shazia Sikandar. So she'll always be named, but the miniature painter in, like, Jaipur won't be, for example. So we're working with a fantastic miniature painter named Davlat Toshev in Bukhara, who's going to be working with the school that he started for deaf and speechless children, and they'll be expressing themselves through art in the biennial also as a process of healing. Do we have any questions from the audience? Like, we have these amazing artists that are here visiting us from all over, and I'd love, I can monopolize questions, but I'd love to give you a chance. Yes, here in the front.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much for a wonderful panel discussion. I'm so excited to hear all of you, and I am so excited that you're putting so much thought into this event. And the stories of food, material culture, craftsmanship, it's all really important. So thank you for sharing all your artistry and expertise. But my question is, I kind of have a fear that these kind of events tend to be elitist and sometimes kind of disjoined from locals. And I was wondering whether you have any thoughts on how to promote engagements for the local communities who are maybe not that, do not participate that much in arts or culture, although they interact with it obviously on a daily level, but whether all of you have any thoughts on how to do it with respect, or do you have any thoughts on how to engage the local communities more? And I'm glad you mentioned the point about mentioning the local artisans. That's really cool.
I think this is a great question. Actually, I'm going to let Subodh answer it for me, and then also ask everyone else to opine in. I helped start an art festival in Bangladesh that's called the Dhaka Art Summit. Again, this is different. I've worked on that festival for 12 years, but we went from something that people had never really been to an art exhibition that way to now having 600,000 local people visit in 9 days. So I'm using that kind of as a template for what we're trying to do here. Again, it's different, but one thing, everything will be free. Anyone can go. You don't need a ticket. There's steps. But maybe, Subodh, can you talk about your experience maybe at the Dhaka Summit and about the Kochi Biennial and your experiences with kind of new biennials in Global South contexts?
Yeah, hi. First of all, any Biennale, like Dhaka Art Summit, what Diana done it for so many years, the most interesting internal part of the whole thought been to engage the local people. And local people, without them, it's not possible, even Biennale. And the whole idea is that you work with them, bring the people from outside of the world, and show them something they maybe haven't seen it before too, or the people who coming from outside, learn something from the local people, what they're good at it. And that's Diana completely mentioned it, that most of the artwork, we will be engaged the local artisan and the working with the artist. So, and this is my second trip. And what it done in last trip, I must tell you, I only meet the local people. And I went to see their craftsmanship. I went to see how good they are, what they do. And Diana introducing me to meet this Subodh, meet these people, let's go here, and I tell you, from 6 o'clock morning to 11 o'clock evening, we was visiting and meeting the people. So I think this whole core of the Bukhara Biennale is definitely going to be integral part of the, to engage the local people. And that's the whole point is today. If you don't do that, then you're not succeeding, I believe.
I believe, thank you. Yeah. Not to add to what you said, but I believe exactly what my colleague here said. It have to be two-way. As artists, I think it's not interesting to cut and paste something and put it here. Definitely, it have to be two-way. It have to be a dialogue. It's like planting a seed. If you're planting olives in different locations, still olive, but it's different from the ground and a different taste how it comes. And for an artist or to engage with the community, we live in a time, of course, the acceleration of globality, it's more and more than before. And the idea of global and local is always an issue, right? So I believe in local, the combination of how can you bridge and how can each one other help one another for that. And art and craft have that. They have the ability to engage and work. And for us, I believe I speak for myself as a creative person, I would definitely be inspired to do my work from what I see in Bukhara, what I see in Uzbekistan. That's a dialogue that I would like to see as well in this Biennale. Thank you.
And I think you touched on something else. So we have kind of some secret goals with this biennial as well, like long term. So I'm here for opening a show in 1 year, but the biennial will continue over time. Something that makes us sad is when we see really amazing craftspeople in Bukhara just making things for tourists, right? Like in a way they've discounted themselves just for that foreign visitor. So we want to kind of provide an alternative and inspire other ways of being, but also to inspire, you know, my parents didn't want me to work in art, but like how do we also inspire, like, you know, parents to support their children to be creative or to find other ways of being. And maybe Leila, I love how you also elevate kind of everyday objects into this sense of wonder with like Gohar World. Can you tell us a little bit about that side of your practice as well?
So in addition to my studio practice, I also work with my sister on a project that we call Gohar World. We make tableware and objects for the table, and we focus particularly on working with different craftspeople around the world and telling the story and sort of doing our part to preserve certain traditions. My sister and I come from Egypt, and a lot of what we produce is textile, different types of embroidery, and different sort of stitches, pulling, things like that. So a lot of that is made in Egypt, and we work with people who, I mean, it's very, very few now that are left that continue these traditions, but we're trying to put energy and interest in that in a way that we work with them to produce it, but then use our platforms to distribute it and make sure that they are given the credit and the compensation for their work. And the hope is that more and more people will go back to doing these crafts that are disappearing. And we have a few different categories that we focus on. We also make candles using traditional hand pouring methods, as well as a few different other practices that we do in other countries.
Beautiful. And we're hoping, like, you know, the people that we're inviting, I mean, it's like a recipe, right? They're all bringing like a different element of values and expertise, but also curiosity, right? Because we're all learning in this process. And I think that's also for me, I wanted to bring people in where I feel like, including myself, that, you know, Uzbekistan can really teach them something, and me, and I'm also learning so much. Do we have any other questions from the audience?
I'd like to add that. Like last, how many years you doing Dhaka Summit now?
12.
12 years. I tell you, in place like Dhaka, Bangladesh, in last 12 years, so many young contemporary artists is coming from there. And they're making excellent work. How this happened, tell me. This is happened because the cultural event kind of international community, what you bring it over there, and thus people, local people, looking at it, understanding at it, studying it. So enthusiastic about the people who wanted to become an artist and come in this art world, it gives them crazes. And that's why today I believe so many young artists from Bangladesh is coming, right? It's amazing.
And I think also that on that side, but also other people, like, you know, the way that I see making exhibitions is actually completely changed by looking at how people in different cultures gather. That's why I think we also use this title, Spaces for Togetherness. So like, how are people gathering in weddings? How are people gathering in markets? How are people gathering, you know, just because you don't have like, so what's cool about our biennial is there's no white cube exhibition space. There's no white walls. There's no museum. It's really in like a space for life. So actually after this, we're going to the market to go look at how people gather there. But it's an exciting time to be a curator because I think people are starting to see that actually visual culture and the way that you make exhibitions, like it can't be stuck in that white cube model. I did see a question back here. Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Could you elaborate on the budget and the financing? Who finances the Biennale and how much is the budget?
I'm the curator. I'm not the executive director, and so no, I cannot. Yes?
Hello, can I ask a question?
Sure.
First of all, dear guests, welcome to Uzbekistan. Welcome to the beautiful city of Tashkent. Well, my question was about personalities of people. Like the whole conference is about creativity and art, right? So my question is, how can we teach the young generation, or how can we teach ourselves to think more creatively rather than objectively? Thank you.
Why don't you take this one, and you too, Gulnoza, you go a second.
So, like I was talking about Dhaka Binale, and same thing happened in Kochi Binale in India. And last 7-8 years, you will see the even Kochi Binale young artist coming from that region is making a tremendous work of art. So, good thing about it, I remember how I become an artist. But I do have a vague memory. My mother, she used to love to watch theater. And she took me when I was a child to watch theater. So any creativity, I think, influence you as a child very deeply on you. Maybe as a children, we're not able to express them, but somewhere in subconscious stay in your mind, and 10 years later, 15 years later, you do something related to that. So if you taking your children to the museum or see some artifacts, meet the artist, or any kind of art and culture events, that influence them deeply, I believe. And that's the way.
Thank you so much.
The issue of creativity is as important as mathematics. Now, a lot of the schools around the world are giving so much emphasis on creativity. In fact, creativity is the visual mathematics. I wish I learned, in my school, we learned math, algebra too, and then I learned to be that geometry, and what you can see from it is that very beautiful visual geometry that comes along from it. We have different languages, the language of numbers, the language of shapes, the language of colors, and the language of words that we're speaking right now. And we're only perfecting the language of words. But the language of shapes and numbers, the 3 is the triangle, the 4 is the square, the 5 is the pentagon, and so forth. And we can see the rich culture here in Uzbekistan, how they use that, and they were so much infused with this creativity and patterns, as you see. Not just because of the forbidden of, let's say, the drawing of figures or so, that could be an argument, but it's the love of the abstraction of art that came from that. And I think looking for creativity from that perspective, it really gives you a different idea on how we look at creativity and the way of thinking. And I hope really in our schools and the young generation can really link that, not only through craft, but to the visual mathematics that we can see and how is it taught in universities and schools. Thank you.
And I think we should stay open for new things and every time learn and practice new ideas. And also, I think we should keep the internal child in ourselves. For example, I started my filmmaking journey just participating in some courses. Actually, they were initiated by ACDF. And I got interested, and I continued it. And I didn't think that I will be working in filmmaking when I was a child, because this kind of skills, creative sector, is undermined maybe. So maybe we have to encourage young people and also children in Uzbekistan specifically to participate in this in creative fields from young age. And at schools also we have to encourage, and we have to add more maybe lessons, because from my understanding, at school also we usually don't have many lessons on creativity. We only have the drawing lessons, and they're usually very, we see them very skeptically, and we see that it's not important for our future and for our career path. So maybe we have to change this this understanding and this idea of the creativity that and it also has to be accessible for everyone, not only for elite people, because the art is understood as elitary field, but I think it has to be more accessible. So yeah.
And yeah, I agree. But another great thing about this project is that we're actually going to be hiring tons of young people. So my favorite people, no offense to the artists, I also love working with the artists. So my next favorite people to work with in my exhibitions is the art mediators. So young people, and I like to take people that come from all different backgrounds. So you could be studying engineering, economics, but people that are interested in creativity and how to share that with other people. So actually after this, we're going to Bukhara and we're starting, a year in advance, the kind of process of building this team of art mediators. So if you know people that want to get involved, it's a wonderful opportunity to get to spend time with artists from all over the world and to learn like what goes into that idea making process, not just the final work. And I think we have room for one more question, and then with that, we'll get on with more research today. Yes.
Hello, my question. Welcome to Uzbekistan, Bukhara. I myself is from Bukhara, and I'm really glad to see that there is going to be a project and there is going to be investment for the development of my country, my city. And I, as a Bukharian guy, I know what's going on there. I know the craftsmen. I know everything. I've been working there for a while now. And I'm really excited to see this project. And my question is that, what are the challenges that we can face to develop this project, to make this happen? Because many millions of thousands of tourists come annually to Bukhara to see the old buildings, our traditions and other stuff. They may face some language barriers and other stuff like that. What are, you think the challenges you may face, and what are the ways that we can overcome this? Thank you very much.
That's a great question. So I think the first thing is having a great team. I see some of my team members are in here. Hi. I think it's long-term vision. So there's a lot of people that are part of this project that are not on this stage with me. And they were in this project before me, which was also for me very interesting. Normally, a curator comes into a project and then there's an architect. But here there's been an architect and a team working for over a year before I stepped in. So this project is actually looking at the overall cultural district of Bukhara. So every 2 years, more buildings are going to be renovated and open. They're also looking at how do they correct really bad restoration projects from the past. So as I mentioned, you're from Bukhara. How many times has the city been destroyed and rebuilt? How do you have a holistic plan to open some of these buildings? They're pedestrianizing part of the area so you have less cars. How to make sure that it's not turned into learning from things from places like Samarkand or other parts of the world, how to not turn this into a touristy Disneyland. Like all of this is being considered in this process. And there was something else I wanted to say. Another really beautiful part of this project has actually been walking into these buildings with artists from Bukhara who haven't seen these buildings before because they'd been locked up. And to actually give Bukharans access to their city in places that they haven't been able to see before is a really moving experience that I'm happy to be able to witness as an outsider.
Thank you very much.
Great. Any last words from anyone, or are we off to the market? Thank you so much, and we hope to see you in Bukhara next year. Thank you.
Our esteemed speakers, the participants, we extend our heartfelt thanks to you for being with us. Thank you. Biz bilan birga bo'lganingiz uchun barchangizga minnatdorlik bildiramiz. Rahmat.